From the mountains to the oceans, the light of prosperity is replacing the shadows of disparity. Where there are gaps, we are building bridges. Where there are challenges, we are finding opportunities. Our families, schools, governments, and communities are leading the way.
Benefits for our future generation.
The ASEAN community and the ASEAN youth.
Building globally competitive digital industry of the future.
We are coming closer together and leaving no one behind. And this is just the beginning. Talent and knowledge will help us build a new tomorrow. Together, we will make our discoveries greater, make technological innovation move faster, and raise our ambitions higher. This is our time. Together, we build a new future.
Grateful that I am part of this organization that empowers young people to make an impact across the ASEAN region.
ASEAN Foundation improved my digital skills.
The ASEAN Foundation provided me and my ASEAN peers the platform that we needed to learn, grow, and express our opinions.
The online residency was very new for me and it could broaden my artistic view. Thank you very much, everyone.
As a young leader, it has helped me realize how I can play my part to addressing some of the shared challenges we all face in ASEAN today.
Excellencies, honorable speakers, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, a warm welcome to the Asia Pacific Innovation Day Digital Talent Summit 2021. My name is Naila. I will be your master of ceremony for this event. Co-organized by ASEAN Foundation and Huawei, the Asia Pacific Innovation Day Digital Talent Summit 2021 aims to provide a platform for policymakers, researchers, industry experts to discuss and share lessons learned and best practices in bridging digital talent gap in Asia Pacific. Through this online summit, we hope to generate enriching conversations that can contribute to the creation of a sustainable and inclusive digital talent development ecosystem. Without further ado, we would like to welcome Deputy Secretary General of ASEAN for ASEAN Political Security Community, His Excellency Robert Matthews Michael Tene, to deliver the first opening remarks.
His Excellency Bapak Muldoko, Chief of the Executive Office of the President of the Republic of Indonesia, His Excellency Dr. Van Det Chia, Minister of Post and Telecommunication of Cambodia, His Excellency Professor Sirirung Songsi-Vilai, the Permanent Secretary of the Ministry of Higher Education, Science, Research and Innovation of Thailand, His Excellency Namal Rajapaksa, Cabinet Minister of Youth and Sports and State Minister of Digital Technology and Enterprise Development of Sri Lanka, His Excellency Nguyen Huy Dang, Deputy Minister of Information and Communications of Vietnam, His Excellency Datuk Sri Muhammad Mentek, Chair of the ASEAN Digital Senior Officials Meeting, His Excellency Jose Santiago Santa Romana, the Ambassador of the Philippines to China, Mr. Shanli Feng, Director and Senior Vice President of Huawei, dear friends, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning to all of you. It is my pleasure to join you all in the launching ceremony of the ASEAN ICT Talent Summit organized by the ASEAN Foundation in cooperation with Huawei. The ASEAN ICT Talent Summit, which aims to discuss and address the needs of ASEAN ICT youth talent, is obviously very relevant, especially in the midst of the global pandemic, which forced all of us to significantly rely more on digital platforms. Therefore, in this occasion, allow me to commend both ASEAN Foundation and Huawei for this initiative. At the beginning of this year, the ASEAN Digital Ministers met and adopted the ASEAN Digital Master Plan 2025 to guide ASEAN's digital cooperation from the period of 2021 to 2025 in realizing ASEAN as a leading digital community and economic bloc powered by secure and transformative digital services, technologies, and ecosystem, and undergirded by the cybersecurity to foster a trusted and reliable digital space. The minister also called for greater participation from the private sector to jointly develop quality ICT infrastructure and services. This auspicious event today is very much aligned with the ASEAN Digital Master Plan 2025's objective of improving people's capability to participate in the digital society and economy. Friends, ladies and gentlemen, the converging impact of globalization's advancement in ICT and knowledge explosion has led to phenomenal changes in the modern society, which have impacted every aspect of our modern lifestyle. Developing human resources who are equipped with the right skills demanded by the labor market is a vital element of economic growth and productivity. To cope with these changes, we need to prepare our workforce with the skills to utilize a range of technologies in this digital era. Evidence shows that the link between education and economic growth strengthens as the rate of technology transfer increases. Many sectors of the economy are now in the process of developing and actualizing business strategies based on how people use ICT as a means of individual and collective expressions, experience, and interpretation. A competitive advantage for our region is evidently built upon the skills of our future workforce, which is our youth. The global pandemic of COVID-19 also poses an urgency in equipping our youth with the relevant ICT skills. Since March 2020, we witnessed how some member states of ASEAN struggle as their education processes suddenly need to be digitalized without a proper infrastructure in place. In 2020, 20 young leaders from across ASEAN interfaced with the ASEAN leaders at the 36th ASEAN Summit, and in their 2020 ASEAN Youth Statement, this youth leader pledged to advocate the importance of investing in future-ready education. Ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, indeed it was a challenge to bridge the gap in strengthening digital transformation in the region, to empower our youth with the skills and competencies to make them resilient and future-ready. In this regard, the ASEAN UNICEF High-Level Conference on Digital Transformation of Education Systems, which was convened last year, discussed and highlighted the role of technology and the growing urgency to promote not only digital literacy but also transversal skills across ASEAN. As a follow-up, the Philippines, as chair of the education sector, is leading the development of ASEAN Declaration on Digital Transformation of Education Systems. A robust post-pandemic world cannot be attained without the meaningful and equal participation of all youth. Thereby, ASEAN sees this challenging situation as an opportunity to prepare our young people to face the uncertain future, not only through the skill development, but also by enabling them to meaningfully contribute to the ASEAN community building. Likewise, aside from fostering future-ready ASEAN youth through 21st century skills and digital skills, the ASEAN youth sector also need to develop the institutionalization of youth engagement mechanisms, including in the region's policy discourse. In the next 5 years, under the ASEAN Work Plan on Youth for the period of 2021-2025, the ASEAN youth sector will strengthen collaboration with partners, among others through capacity development projects for ASEAN youth to address development issues through social and technological innovations. I believe this issue will also be discussed in this event today. I hereby welcome the views from the panelists and also inputs from the students. Friends, ladies and gentlemen, this initiative, which brings together ASEAN governments and policymakers, think tank organizations, and academia across the region, as well as experts from Huawei, is highly beneficial for us. I believe it will bring about interesting findings and views, and hopefully tangible benefits for our future generation as well. I wish the summit a great success. I thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency, for the opening remarks. Now, it is our pleasure to welcome Executive Director of ASEAN Foundation, Dr. Yang Mi Eng, to say a few words.
His Excellency Mr. Michael Tenney, Deputy Secretary General of ASEAN for ASEAN Political Security Community, Ms. Catherine Cheng, Corporate Senior Vice President and Director of the Board of Huawei, Mr. Jeffrey Liu, President of Huawei Asia Pacific, honorable speakers and distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. It is my honor and privilege to welcome you to the Asia Pacific Innovation Day Digital Talent Summit 2021. The COVID-19 disruption has accelerated the rise of digital economy around the world. While such trend has opened new doors of opportunity, providing much greater access for people to participate in a new economy, its benefits can only be fully unlocked by those who truly embrace it. As companies and organizations are undergoing massive online transformation and are increasing their demand for skilled digital talent, it becomes clear that there remains a gap in digital skills that needs to be closed quickly. One of the ways is by creating a sustainable digital talent development ecosystem. In partnership with Huawei, we organized Asia Pacific Innovation Day Digital Talent Summit 2021 to provide an avenue for policymakers, researchers, and industry experts across Asia Pacific to discuss and exchange success stories and best practices from their journey in addressing digital talent gap and creating strong foundation for digital talent development ecosystem. As a home to over 200 million youth, ASEAN has in its hands a wealthy pool of future leaders who will, in time, shape the region's destiny. In order for our youth to strive in the era of new economy and be able to overcome new challenges brought by its unprecedented rise, equipping our youth with digital skills is no longer an exclusivity but a necessity. Within the implementation of ASEAN Digital Master Plan 2025 now underway, we are looking forward to learn from today's exchange of knowledge and leverage the lessons learned to support and expedite the achievement of the relevant outcomes of the master plan, which are to increase the capacity of youth in the region to participate in the digital economy and create a digitally inclusive society in ASEAN. We would like to convey our sincere appreciation to Huawei for their commitment in building and fostering a strong digital talent base in Asia Pacific and particularly ASEAN. I hope our collaboration can inspire more meaningful public-private partnership in the future. Finally, I hope you have a productive and engaging discussion throughout this online summit. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Yang, for your opening remarks. We would also like to welcome the Corporate Senior Vice President and Director of the Board of Huawei, Ms. Catherine Chen, to deliver an opening speech.
Committee of Permanent Representatives to ASEAN, Deputy Secretary General of ASEAN, His Excellency Michael Tenney, Executive Director of ASEAN Foundation, Dr. Jiang Ming'an, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It is often said that a country must put its people first. This is because the state's development and prosperity depend on talent. Today, the digital economy has kicked into gear. The development of digital talent is inseparable from close collaboration between sectors like education, scientific research, ICT, and digitalization. Everyone attending today has a key role to play in the future development of Asia and in creating a fertile environment for talent cultivation. It is my pleasure to introduce Huawei's ideas and practices in talent development. We hope to join hands with you and advance the development of digital talent. Asia has huge potential. Talent development and infrastructure construction will accelerate Asia's digital economy. Asia Pacific is the world's most populous region, full of diverse cultures. Many of its vibrant economies are at the forefront of digital transformation. For the past 4 years, Asia Pacific has been one of the world's fastest growing digital economies. The region has seen sustained growth in ICT infrastructure. The ITU estimates that mobile signal coverage in Asia Pacific is almost 100%. Total households with internet access increased from 47.9% in 2017 to 53.4% by the end of 2019. ICT, cloud, and AI are becoming essential for almost all enterprises and organizations. Even though Asia was heavily affected by COVID-19, parts of it have also been the first to stabilize. Why? This can be attributed to Asia Pacific's sound digital ecosystem, long-standing culture of innovation, and a long-term focus on talent development. Huawei aims to ensure that no one is left behind in this digital world. We hope to build an open, shared ICT talent ecosystem that benefits all. The theme for today's summit is cultivating innovative talent for digital future. Therefore, I want to stress how important it is to invest in digital infrastructure and a talent ecosystem for a global digital revolution. Innovation and development rely on a talent ecosystem. Huawei is prepared to work with its partners to build a talent development ecosystem conducive to innovation. Over the past 2 decades of operations in the Asia-Pacific region, Huawei has provided over 90 million households with more than 2.2 billion mobile connections. This has continuously improved the region's ICT infrastructure. Huawei has also been working on a technological innovation and application ecosystem aiming to help Asia-Pacific realize digital transformation. In the next decade, new ICT technologies like 5G, AI, and IoT will be widely applied. They will become the cornerstone of the intelligent world in 2030, while talent will drive industries to go digital. Over the past 20 years, Huawei has also invested heavily in developing local digital talent. For example, our Seeds for the Future program has run in 15 Asia-Pacific countries and regions, benefiting more than 5,000 students from over 90 universities. Through our certification program, we have also trained tens of thousands of engineers and technical experts in Indonesia, the Philippines, Malaysia, and Thailand. In addition, our digital training bus project in Bangladesh has provided digital training for women in remote areas, helping to bridge the digital divide. Huawei has also been working with top universities and has established over 259 ICT academies in Asia-Pacific. Our Singapore Research Center has cooperated with local research institutes on about 93 projects, covering areas like communications, video, voice, and security. In Sri Lanka, Huawei has partnered with the University of Morotova and the National Defense College to build innovation labs. This aims to provide software and hardware required for ICT application and development and encourage students to innovate in 5G, AI, cloud, and other cutting-edge technologies. I would also like to talk about Huawei ASEAN Academy, launched in 2019. This program is designed to conduct joint operations with local governments, enterprises, universities, carriers, and industry organizations. It also aims to cultivate digital talent, promote innovation within startups and SMEs, and promote the establishment of a 5G-based innovation ecosystem. The program covers Indonesia, Malaysia, Thailand, and Cambodia, and will extend to even more countries in the future. So far, we have trained over 130,000 participants for local communities. Huawei ASEAN Academy is one of our key talent development programs, and we expect it to play a bigger role in the future. Huawei's 20 years in Asia-Pacific have been a journey to find like-minded friends. Let's work together to build an inclusive, innovative, and vibrant ecosystem, attract to cultivate more digital talent, and jointly promote the development and prosperity of the region. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Chen, for your opening remarks. To solve the digital talent gap and seize the leapfrog opportunity in the digital era, governments across the region have been actively strengthening the policy and providing support. In the next session, We will hear from government leaders in the region regarding their practice, policy suggestions, and vision in cultivating the digital talent ecosystem. On that note, it is our pleasure to invite Chief of the President Executive Office of Indonesia, His Excellency General TNI Purnawirawan, Dr. Muldoko, to deliver his keynote speech.
It is a great honor for me, as a Presidential Chief of Staff of Republic of Indonesia, to address this Asia-Pacific Innovation Day Digital Talent Summit conducted by Huawei. It is widely known that President Joko Widodo has given high priority to human capital development. He said it would be the key to Indonesia's future. So does technology. The President has also called on the country to accelerate its effort in becoming self-reliant when it comes to science and technology. We all know that Indonesia's younger population now make up more than half of its citizens, and they have great ability and potential to create better future. Digital transformation is a visionary policy that is urgently needed. We need it to recover from the pandemic fallout, and we need it to adapt with new lives, new normal in the post-pandemic situation. We have two opportunities to carry out this digital transformation. The government has provided the supporting infrastructure, and we have set the goal of becoming the world's seventh largest economy by 2030. Moreover, we have high commitment to become the world's fifth largest economy as we celebrate Golden Indonesia in 2045. We are confident this is the power that lies before us. Therefore, I really appreciate Huawei's commitment through today's Asia-Pacific Innovation Day Digital Talent Summit to support a sustainable digital ecosystem in Indonesia. Today's initiative is in line with the goal of the Indonesian government, who currently prepares 600,000 digital talents every year to lead the nation in taking the digital leap. The forum also reaffirms the joint project between the Executive Office of the President of the Republic of Indonesia and Huawei to develop more than 100,000 talents and build a vibrant digital ecosystem in this dynamic country. Distinguished guests, this summit is an example of good practices on how cross-country, cross-governmental collaboration also involves global skill industries such as Huawei, which is very much needed to narrow the digital gap and to meet the needs of savvy industry 4.0. Hopefully, this is reputable forum will provide insight for the policymakers, experts, governments, think tanks, and academia. We expect exchange of experiences, and we expect capable human resources, coding, artificial intelligence, cloud, big data analytics, 5G, Internet of Things. They will become common language, and we have to brace ourselves for that. Lastly, I wish you fruitful discussion, and I hope the summit will yield another important step towards successful digital transformation in the country.
Thank you, Your Excellency, for the insightful keynote speech. Next, we will have Minister of Post and Telecommunication of Cambodia, His Excellency Dr. Chia Van Deth, to deliver his keynote speech.
Excellency Michael Tani, Deputy Secretary General of ASEAN for ASEAN Political Security Community. Dr. Yang Ming, Executive Director of ASEAN Foundations. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it is an honor for me to participate in today's Digital Talent Summit 2021. I would like to express my sincere thanks to ASEAN Foundations and Huawei for hosting this virtual event to bring policymakers, governments, experts, academy, international organizations, and institutions to exchange views on ICT talent gap and to enhance consensus and cooperation in building a robust digital talent ecosystem in Asia Pacific. Rapid tech disruptions and the fourth industrial revolution coupled with the pandemic have promoted many countries, including Cambodia, to place more emphasis on digital economy development as to possess the potential opportunity from digital transformations and to embrace economic diversification for post-pandemic recovery. Although Cambodia's digital economy is at an early stage, there has been optimism as well as potential to foster digital talents needed. Notably, Cambodia has a large population of young people who are open-minded, receptive to creativity and innovations that can contribute to the country's economic growth. As of 2019, Cambodia's young population between the age of 15 to 35 years old stood at roughly 56% of the total working age population. This demographic factor is catalyst in the digital transformations of society, particularly in tech adoptions for both economic and social development and self-development in line with global trends. Taking into account these challenges and opportunities, the government of Cambodia has recently introduced and implemented policy measures from both demand and supply sides to build a digital talent ecosystem as follows. The establishment of the capacity building, research and development fund in telecommunications and information and communication technology sectors with the objectives to promote digital adoptions and transformations through supporting education, training, research and development, and innovation in tech-related subjects. The establishment of the Cambodia Academy of Digital Technology as a research and education institute specialized in digital technology with a mission to nurture digital talents and innovators. Since its inception, CAT has played a crucial role in promoting the development of digital human capital and talent, research and innovations, and promotion of digital startup and entrepreneurships in Cambodia. The establishment of the entrepreneurship development funds to manage and mobilize resources to stimulate the development of the vibrant entrepreneurial ecosystem through both financial and non-financial supports for SME, startups, and partner institutions working in innovations and value-added creations for the economy. The establishment of the Skill Development Fund with the objective to minimize skill gaps by increasing the supply of sought after skill in priority sectors of the economy, such as manufacturing, constructions, and electronics, as well as digital skill, which is currently in high demand. The adoptions and implementation of sub-degree on digital startup promotions as a concrete framework and program the government to equip startups with the support they may need. This measure include training, monitoring, and other technical aspects aimed to address challenges faced by digital startup and to grow their business and investment opportunity. Furthermore, the government has adopted the policy framework on digital economy and society 2021-2035 with a long-term vision to build a vibrant digital economy and society by laying the foundation for promoting digital adoptions and transformations among major stakeholders, namely government, citizens, and businesses. In this policy framework, digital human resource development serves as one of the core elements, especially in promoting digital adoptions and digital transformations in both public and private sectors. And to meet this goal, 3 policy measures have been identified. 1. Digital leadership development for both public and private sector leaders. 2. Mobilizing and building digital talent pool to match the demand by the current and future's labor market, as well as promoting research and innovations. And 3. Development of digital citizens to ensure that people have sufficient digital knowledge, skill, and know-how to use digital technology effectively and responsibly in their daily life. On this front, many government institutions, universities, companies, and development partners have made significant progress toward this endeavor. I have noticed that Huawei Cambodia has put tremendous effort into ICT cultivation projects, including Huawei certificate program to train and certify ICT students and employees. These are good practices for other institutions to benchmark for the betterment of our talent ecosystem in Cambodia as well as in the region. Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, in the context of ASEAN, especially under the ASEAN Digital Minister meeting, ASEAN member states have recently adopted the ASEAN Digital Master Plan 2025 to guide ASEAN digital corporations in realizing ASEAN as a leading digital community and economic bloc, powered by secure and transformative digital service, technology, and ecosystem, and undergirded by cybersecurity to foster trusted and reliable digital space. With a large and useful population increasing equipped with digital skill, ASEAN will be able to achieve this endeavor and also have opportunity to join the vanguard of the global digital revolutions. Moreover, in closing ceremony of ASEAN Business and Investment Summit 2021, Somdai Hun Sen, Prime Minister of the Kingdom of Cambodia, reiterated Cambodia's commitment as a chair of ASEAN in 2022 to push forward resilient and sustainable development in ASEAN through advancing digital transformations. This involves initiatives in joining governance on digital infrastructure development, including standardizations, regulations, privacy, data sharings, and digital connectivity in line with the implementation of ASEAN Digital Master Plan 2025, as well as other regional initiatives. In this regard, to foster digital talent ecosystem in Asia Pacific, especially in ASEAN, I would like to propose several recommendations as follows. First, ASEAN member states need to attract major investment in education, rooted not just in learning itself, but in learning how to learn and in providing lifelong access to learning opportunity for all. Second, we need to build a conducive environment for digital research and innovations, ranging from funds made available for research activity to strengthening industry-university linkage. And third, we need to promote knowledge, experience, and best practice sharing among ourselves to create sound digital talent ecosystem, as well as enabling digital talent mobility in ASEAN. In closing, I would like to reaffirm Cambodia's commitment to collaborate with all countries and development partners in building a robust digital talent ecosystem in the ASEAN region that will lay foundation for us to leap forward the digital economy development in post-COVID recovery and beyond. I thank you.
Such an insightful keynote speech. Thank you, Your Excellency. Ladies and gentlemen, now please join me in welcoming Minister of Youth and Sports, Minister of Development, Coordination and Monitoring, and State Minister of Digital Technology and Enterprise Development, Honorable Namal Rajapaksa, who will deliver his speech.
Aiboan, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Firstly, it is my pleasure to meet with you in the cloud at the Digital Talent Summit. As the world continues to recover from COVID-19 pandemic, digital technology will be the engine of growth. Technology infusion should be prioritized in accessing the integrated production and service process. The key to a knowledge-driven economy is in the hands of our digital talents for generations to come. Sri Lanka strives to establish an education system which allows the children to hone their skills and competencies to be productive citizens. The high quality of human resource will empower the digital transformation of our economy. Cultivating digital talent among our promising youth demands a synchronization of our efforts in the sectors of youth, education, digital technology, and enterprise development. We need to ensure that digital education is accessible to all citizens, removing the barriers of language, proximity, and availability of teachers and teaching resources. At the same time, we should also build a cradle for the best and brightest of our students who successfully complete university education to spill their knowledge to all sectors of the economy. The pandemic has brought challenges for the society at every sector, from tourism, service industry, to economic development as a whole. However, at the same time, we see opportunities out of the challenges. As a society adapts to the pandemic, the pace of digital transformation has accelerated, and our country should, in every sense, be prepared for the digital age. Sri Lanka has made considerable effort in digital education. In the quick response from the education sector, we provided free access to university web servers during the pandemic and equipped our students with remote learning facilities through the Lanka Education and Research Network. Under the framework, nearly 90% of students have been able to access online education, which is an exciting result from our investment in the distance education modernization project ever since 2011. In the future, to unleash the potential of technology progresses, digital talents will be the driving force in the digital transformation of micro, small, and medium enterprise. SMEs are the backbone of our economy, contributes to 52% of the GDP and covers more than 75% of the total numbers of enterprises. We aim to assist more digital talents to innovate, to start their own businesses, and create more unicorns from Sri Lanka. This course in the future requires more collaboration between public and the private sector. We are delighted to see companies like Huawei are already taking action in cultivating the talents from the region. In Sri Lanka, Huawei helps in providing digital infrastructure of an affordable high-speed internet access, particularly for students in poor households or remote areas. At the same time, Huawei cooperated with the universities to develop ICT students and provide software and hardware required for ICT application development. The joint innovation model has encouraged our students to innovate and conduct research into cutting-edge technologies in industries such as 5G, AI, and cloud computing. In the future, we look forward to cooperate with Huawei to build an innovative ecosystem, bringing ICT and knowledge to digital talents and empowering SMEs to better adapt to the digital transformation of our country. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Excellency, for your insightful speech. Next, we would like to invite Chair of the ASEAN Digital Senior Officials Meeting, His Excellency Dato Sri Muhammad Mentek, to deliver his keynote speech.
His Excellency Datuk Lim Jock Hoi, Secretary General of ASEAN, Dr. Yang Mi-Eng, Executive Director of the ASEAN Foundation, Mr. Jeffrey Liu, President of Huawei Asia Pacific, Mr. Chen Li-Fang, Director and Senior Vice President of Huawei, panelists, speakers, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. A very good afternoon to all of you. Thank you for inviting me as one of the keynote speakers at this Asia Pacific Innovation Day Digital Talent Summit 2021. Digital economy is the new and rising economy. The new normal has pushed forward the need for enhanced productivity, speed, innovation, convenience, and efficiency, demanding a smarter, more intelligent present and future. The current situation has highlighted the critical needs to fill the widening gaps for digital talents. Without a doubt, the workforce of the future involves relying heavily on the use of technology. However, the key issue here is the digital skills need to be embedded and integrated within every aspect of business operations in the industry. Therefore, it is imperative that the workforce of the future will need continuous upscaling and reskilling along a technology-oriented trajectory. Regardless of the field, new roles for the future are expected to have heavy emphasis on data analytics, digital experience, and process automation. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, the ASEAN Digital Minister meeting held early this year adopted the ASEAN Digital Master Plan 2025 or ADM 2025 to guide ASEAN's digital cooperation initiative from 2021 to 2025. Among the key desired outcomes of the ADM 2025 is to increase capability for business and people to participate in the digital economy. Under these desired outcomes are enabling action to support the advancement and harmonization of ICT qualification across ASEAN and to promote the development of advanced digital skills. The digital talent development agenda in ASEAN in the immediate future will definitely move towards development of specialized skill sets such as cybersecurity, 5G, cloud and artificial intelligence to ensure our people are equipped with the latest skills to compete on the global stage. There is so much work to be done in terms of fostering digital talent and accelerating the development of the digital economy. While the uncertainty is set intimidating, we must view at it as an opportunity rather than an obstacle. This presents us with opportunities to innovate, evolve and bring more people with us in the new age where there is a more level playing field for us all to move forward. I believe collaborations such as this between Huawei and the ASEAN Foundation to implement the Seeds for the Future program is a right step towards building a sustainable digital talent ecosystem in the region, and we look forward to more such initiatives moving forward. Last but not least, I wish all participants a productive discussion ahead. With that, thank you very much.
Such an insightful keynote speech. Thank you, Your Excellency. Now, please allow me to invite Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Higher Education, Science, Research and Innovation of Thailand, Professor Siruk Songsiwailai, MD PhD, to deliver a keynote speech.
Excellencies, Ministers, distinguished speakers, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the Ministry of Higher Education, Science, Research and Innovation, Thailand, I'm very pleased to participate at the Asia Pacific Innovation Day Digital Talent Summit 2021 today. The issues being discussed today is very timely and is in line with the core missions of this ministry in overseeing higher education, research and innovation. In brief, my ministry is responsible for manpower development through university and institutes of higher education and for driving Thailand towards knowledge-based economy through the National Research and Innovation Centers, as well as through funding agencies under this ministry. As we are still in the thick of COVID-19 pandemics, there has already been light at the end of the tunnel. We have to chart ourselves for the next phase of recovery as well as of resilience to the next endemics, which will unfortunately and inevitably happen. COVID-19 has been a major threat, but it also provides major opportunity to learn and to do things differently. For example, COVID-19 gives us full online education. It also gives us rapid expansion of e-commerce and also virtual meetings like what we are doing just right now, among many others. Things that we could not have imagined before COVID. In the post-COVID world, Thailand is preparing for full recovery and for resilience, which will hopefully be better than in the pre-COVID plans. I would therefore like to give you examples of our strategy. First, the ministry encourages the development of specialized high-performance manpower that meets the needs of Thailand target industries in accordance to the government's policy frameworks and the future development. We are cooperating with industry, national and international business by co-utilization of researchers in important fields to provide desirable manpower's quality and quantity. Second, we also support more scholarships in higher education to students who have talented in science and technology in what the so-called science classroom in university affiliated school program. Students in this program will practice their digital skills through university studies in computer science course. The ministry also offers government scholarships to pursue degree in electronics and computer technology, both domestically and internationally. Third, expansion of the Thailand Massive Open Online Course or Thai MOOC, which is another platform that encourages everyone to have access to knowledge and enable lifelong learning to our citizens. Fourth, reinventing university is the key policy in reforming the university system to be able to provide education, research, and to produce graduates according to the strength and the focus of each university. There is an increasing focus on reskill and upskill, either with the degree or the non-degree programs. In this respect, ICT is both the tool and the target for personnel development without having to go through the whole process of getting a degree. Fifth, there is a program called Cooperative and Work Integrated Education, or CWIE. This is the co-production between higher education institutes and enterprises to produce graduates who have competency in according to the needs of the market in order to develop skills for current career and prepare for the future. The curricula focus on the development of students through learning in the form of practical work by and in the private enterprise themselves. So students are ready to work immediately after their graduations. And 6, the ministry also supports the mobilization of personnel in higher education institutes or government agencies to work in the manufacturing and the service sectors. This talent mobility program supports the sharing of personnel between the two segments by applying knowledge to solve problems and to develop competitiveness. It also encourages industrial sectors to invest more in research and development to create R&D system in their establishment. This leads to the cooperation between each other in R&D, curriculum development, management mechanisms, producing manpower and encouraging students to learn from the actual practices. Lastly, I would also like to mention that Thailand also eyes on certain fields of rapid growth and future direction, including AI, robotics, and other fields. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm happy that the ministry has recently entered into an agreement with Huawei to develop knowledge on digital technology through the establishment of the Huawei ASEAN Academy. This will help leveraging the potential of Thailand digital manpowers towards innovation society by developing an innovation ecosystem and digital technology to create a platform for collaboration between government agencies, universities, research institutes, and the private sector to jointly develop our highly needed talents and to enhance capability, digital skills, and innovation while building technology knowledge to the world-class experts and scientists. This endeavor cannot be successful without strong cooperation and strong commitment from all sectors. As digital becomes a part of our life, the ministry is well prepared to play an important role in cultivating digital talents. We will expand human resource development cooperation to the Asia-Pacific region to jointly enhance capabilities of digital manpower, as well as creating technological knowledge to achieve further leap forward and be an important mechanism for the economic and social development of the Asia-Pacific region in the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor, for the insightful keynote speech. We would also like to invite Philippine Ambassador to China, His Excellency Jose Santiago Santaromena, to deliver a keynote speech.
ASEAN Secretary General Dato Lim Jok Hoi, Executive Director Dr. Yang Mi-eung of the ASEAN Foundation, Director and Senior Vice President Chen Li-fang of Huawei, dignitaries and senior officials from fellow ASEAN member states, distinguished guests and participants ladies and gentlemen, good morning and my warmest greetings to everyone. I am pleased to join today's gathering of distinguished officials from ASEAN and fellow member states for the ASEAN Pacific Innovation Day Digital Talent Summit 2021, organized by the ASEAN Foundation and Huawei. This morning's program exemplifies the growing importance of information and communications technologies, or ICT, as well as the broader digital economy and their ever-expanding role in underpinning present and future progress. We continue to witness the rapid expansion of the digital economy. At the global level, it is currently estimated to be worth around $11.5 trillion, or roughly the equivalent of 15.5% of global gross domestic product, or GDP. Notably, the digital economy has expanded 2.5 times faster than the global GDP in the past 15 years. This expansion is expected to continue as the transition to anything and everything digital proceeds apace, thanks in part to humanity's robust adoption or even reliance on the efficiencies, conveniences, and unique ability to quickly scale up of the digital economy. We in the public sector must therefore seize every opportunity to harness the benefits from this seismic change. A critical area in this regard is nurturing the young talent who would be at the forefront of future developments in the digital world. Indeed, governments play an important role in creating, supporting, and enhancing the conditions upon which these young and talented individuals are able to attain their full potential in ushering the further development of the digital economy. Today's program is vital in the achievement of this goal. Moreover, this initiative complements ongoing efforts by the Philippines to sustain the fast growth of its own digital economy through, among others, intensified collaborations and partnerships to spur activity and enhance capacities in relevant areas. Along this line, close engagements, including at the regional level, towards boosting digital transformation are therefore much welcome. Let me take this opportunity to highlight the inroads achieved by the country in the area of human capital development and in the digital economy. Over the years, we have developed a workforce in the sector that is well known for being highly skilled, flexible, creative, and talented. For example, the notable soft skill competencies such as people skills of the Filipino workforce have contributed to making the country stand out in the development of its information technology business process management, or IT BPM industry. We are very proud of this achievement, as the country now ranks #1 in the world in IT BPM voice-related services and is ranked second globally in non-voice services. The industry is projected to account for up to 15% of the total global outsourcing market by 2022. As of last year, the industry was estimated to directly employ around 1.3 million Filipinos, while a little over 4 million more benefit from it through indirect employment. The Philippines is also actively speeding up the adoption of several digital technologies in extending services to the public. These efforts have raised wide-ranging efficiencies and have markedly contributed to making the lives of ordinary Filipinos more convenient. Another important objective of immersing the population, particularly young Filipinos, in the digital realm is to improve their familiarity and raise broad-based skills in the use of modern and up-to-date digital technologies. In introducing these technologies, the Philippines has engaged major technology companies in the region. For instance, in improving the Philippines' telecommunications industry and infrastructure, Chinese technology and telecommunications companies such as Huawei have entered into joint venture arrangements and other forms of collaborations with domestic firms such as Dito Telecommunity, the latest entrant in the country's growing telecommunications industry. The strong bilateral relations the two countries continue to foster have bolstered these instances of complementary arrangements and partnerships between Philippine and Chinese firms. This also typifies the country's belief that significant potential and a wide array of possibilities are in store out of the robust cooperation between and among the countries in the region in the digital realm. Thus, the country looks forward to close engagements with fellow ASEAN members as well as other regional partners in strengthening linkages to unleash full potential of the digital transformation. On this note, I wish to thank all of you for your kind attention. A pleasant day, and as we say in the Philippines, mabuhay tayong lahat.
Thank you, Your Excellency, for the keynote speech. Finally, we would like to invite President of Huawei Asia Pacific and President of Huawei ASEAN Academy, Mr. Jeffrey Liu, to deliver a keynote speech. Mr. Liu, the time is yours.
Good morning, all distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to join Huawei Asia Pacific Innovation Day, Digital Talent Summit 2021. I'm Jeffrey Liu. Here, I would like to use a biological ecosystem as a reference to show how we understand the fundamental elements of the digital economy. As everybody knows, if the tree wants to grow well, at least there are three key elements. First, rich soil. Second, strong root and trunk systems to send and bring the nutrition from the ground, from the soil to the whole tree. The third one is the PSN. So back to the ICT and the digital economic domain. The rich soil is ICT infrastructure and the policy. From all the figures provided by GSMA and ONDIA, we can see in the past 2 years, the infrastructure and the penetration rate for the broadband increased obviously and rapidly. This gives a strong support and the resilience for the country, for the economy, for the society, for the family, for the students to successfully go through this impact of the pandemic. At the same time, I would like to emphasize the policy also is the key, such as the National Broadband Master Plan, spectrum, site and fiber openness and sharing, and also digital sovereignty. As Huawei, we continuously cooperate with our customers to build the ubiquitous connectivity and the intelligence in the whole region. So after 20 years, we already provided a service for more than 1 billion mobile subscribers and more than 90 million home users and over hundreds of thousands of enterprises. Here, I would like to use core pillar partners as a strong root and trunk systems. Once a thriving digital economy wants to grow up, especially in the new digital areas, definitely it needs a very strong partners which can bring in the leading technology and the deep understanding for the different vertical industries. As Huawei, you can see we have the full stack technology advantage from smart terminals to AI and big data and cloud and computing and also the connectivities. At the same time, with our global experience and the practice, we already accumulated from a lot of experience for the different vertical industry, from government, transportation, to healthcare and energy and so on. And all these capabilities come from our continuous and heavy R&D investment. Here, I would like to use the R&D investment in last year, 2020. Total amount is $21.3 billion. This is a big number. If compared with all the global countries, we rank number 18. This means only 17 countries overall R&D investment is higher than us. As we know, all this work has to be done by the human resources, the talents. So we think the ICT talent-based ecosystem is the third key element for the digital economy. So you can see from the left side, we focus on all these key groups, just like the students, which is the future. And also we focus on the employees to be upskilled. And at the same time, the developers and the startups, that's a new driving force for the whole country, whole economy. We also have the Spark and the Ops, these programs to support them. At the same time, we also have the EPIC 5G programs to help all the different vertical industries to adopt their business and the process for the future changes. But we never forget those disadvantaged groups, just like the women's, disabled peoples, and also the people living in the rural areas. We also have the programs and the facilities to support their education. And all this performance are supported by Huawei's facilities in this region. You can see we have the 4 Asian Academy and the 6 training centers from India, Myanmar, Thailand, Philippines, Cambodia, to Malaysia and Indonesia. At the same time, we cooperate with all the universities and academics. We already have more than 260 partners. And also just like more than 100 plus e-lab environment and 4 open lab and AI lab and 5G innovation centers to support all our industrial partners. Based on the past 2 years' efforts, in the upcoming 5 years, we are targeting to invest over $50 million in the 500,000 ICT professionals to be trained. And we also want to extend Huawei Asian Academy from currently 4 countries to 8 countries. So let's move forward to cultivate more ICT talents to digital Asian together. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jeffrey Liu, for the keynote speech. Ladies and gentlemen, in the next segment, we will have a presentation from Senior Consultant for National Digital Talent Development, Mr. Alex Lee, in which he will share Huawei's 2022 Asia Pacific Digital Talent Insight with us. Let's give a warm welcome to Mr. Alex Lee.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, MC, speakers, and Your Excellency, ministers, industry leaders, distinguished guests, panelists, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the Asia Pacific Innovation Day Digital Talent Summit 2021. So what I'm going to share to you, to everyone today, is actually a release of the 2021 Digital Talent Insight White Paper, specifically mentioning about the Asia Pacific context. So let me just share the screen. Let me just get the screen ready. Second. Okay. Okay, so I'm going to cover the aspect of the three important agenda today in the next 15 minutes. So we're going to talk about what is the purpose of this Digital Talent Insight White Paper, what is the APAC challenges in terms of trying to deliver the digital talent development, and what are some of the recommendations that for sustaining the APAC digital talent development. So just bear with me for the next 15 minutes, so I'll cover that. So the purpose of this white paper, let me just bring down this. The purpose of this white paper is to aim to call for action for wide scaling of digital upskilling between industry, academic, government policymakers. So the whole idea is actually what we are trying to mention here is to call for wide action, right, between the government, corporation, and also the policymakers, and also the academic sectors. So we actually highlight also the correlation between the infrastructure maturity in parallel with the digital talent maturity, right? So we also form, one of the aspects is actually to highlight the research and explore and evaluate the contrast in government policies, initiative, and investment for digital talent development between the three categories of Huawei Global Connectivity Index countries. So in the last few years back in 2015, Huawei actually released what we call the Global Connectivity Index white paper, or the GCI. And every year until 2020, we will use this as a base to actually extend on the digital talent and also the government policies alignment, along with the contrast between the front-runner countries, the adopters, and also the starters. And of course, the whole idea of this white paper is to support the emerging digital job roles based on the competency, skills, and knowledge required, such as big data, AI, 5G, cloud, and so forth, right? So this is actually the whole idea of the purpose of the Talent Insight white paper. So looking at the trends and necessities active on the government role, we realize that based on our research that today's governments or policy makers need to lead the industries and academia collaboration and align with national talent strategies and policies based on 4 different factors, right? Number one is because there are a constant emerging technologies such as 5G, cloud computing, big data, AI, IoT, and blockchain. Of course, skills are easily become obsolete, right? Because new skills are required, new digital skills are required, new competencies, knowledge are required. And there is a demand that is greater than supply because of the emergence of the new innovations, right? And the competition has become really intense. And traditional talent development approach, basically, we realize that from our study that it's slow, tedious, and also expensive. Okay, so when we look at the challenges in building digital talent capital, we realize that there is a need to strengthen integration between policy, operation, and technology. It means that collectively, there is a need to embrace the power of technology on the data, effective data capture, which allows government to move towards more evidence-based decision-making. And of course, another key important challenges is there is a lack of work readiness within the graduates at different level, right? So this is one of the key challenges that many countries face, especially in the starters countries and adopters. And we realize that this is an important part of it. And there is also a need to strengthen the public-private partnership at the core level, meaning to say that there is a need to actually do a cooperation more intense, more closely in terms of the validation, in terms of the checkpoint, where policymakers should actually work together with the industry leaders closely. Of course, when we talk about the technology educations and underdeveloped technology curriculum, we see that having a robust curriculum to develop and nurture a digital workforce is only part of the solution that countries desire, right? So due to the pandemic, online education has well received in Asia Pacific, but mostly by front-runner countries, right? Since the pandemic. Meanwhile, starters and adopters face the sudden requirements of supplying robust connectivity infrastructure to enable nationwide holistic remote learning experience, right? And of course, another aspect of that we thought that is important as part of the challenge is government could think beyond offsetting job losses, meaning to say that we need to look at the transition as a way to generate new jobs, right? So the main area applies here is to pay attention communication infrastructure and inclusive and accessible education. These are the two areas that we need to pay attention. We can't have half of the population left out because they don't have access to low cost and high speed internet, right? So that is not the intention. If they don't have access to the skills to navigate the digital environment, right? So based on our research, around 3 to 4 million workers in countries like Malaysia will benefit from these new roles, right? For example, thanks to the initiatives such as My Digital Blueprint, right? And the scheme consists of a slew of national development policies aimed at catalyzing the nation's digital economy. On the other hand, countries such as Singapore, which is part of the front-runner countries, has what we call the Skills Future effort. I'm sure many of you have heard before Skills Future. It's aimed at helping the workers in the country to learn new skills, right? So this is something that we can think of as challenges in terms of that. I will explain a bit more when you have the time to actually download the white paper. So let me just... So here, because our white paper is actually based on the fundamentals, the foundation, where we actually divide the countries into 3 categories, right? Starting with the starters, adopters, and front-runners. Now, as you see that many of the starters countries are beginning to focus very much on expanding the connectivity coverage. That means having the ICT infrastructure built out. Whereas adopters countries are cluster experience that is the largest GDP growth from the investment in ICT infrastructure. So their main intention, their focus is on increasing demand for high-speed connectivity to facilitate industry digitalization and economic growth. Meanwhile, countries at the front runners, right, are mainly developed economies. Their focus is more on enhancing user experience. At this stage, the priority shift the investment in big data and IoT to develop what we call smarter and more efficient society. So if we look at the result from the study, we have studied the 3 different categories. The general trend that we realized that in the Asia Pacific, talent development maturity is that front runners do score higher than adopters and starters. However, the trend has outliers in each GCI category. So those outliers we'll be explaining a bit more in the white paper content itself. So the key commonalities in prioritizing digital talent development for the front-runner countries is the relevancy of the digital education syllabus, number 1. Number 2 is actually the digital talent employability. And number 3 is the extensive digital talent policies in place in those front-runner countries such as Singapore, South Korea, Australia, New Zealand, and Japan. So the DTD maturity score that we came up with is between the 5 APAC countries in the GCI frontrunner are between 6.6, right? Average is 6.6. Whereas for the adopters, the average DTD maturity score is between 4.85. So in essence, adopters countries shows that government initiative and investment basically can differentiate between those countries. However, these efforts are narrow and insufficient to realize the ultimate growth. For instance, talent policies in adopters country are narrow to the younger generation. That means that they actually target more on the youth, the fresh graduate. But in actual fact, we found out that there are certain marginalized community, such as mid-career converters, right? What do we mean by mid-career converters? Are those people who are already working in the industries, or those people who wanted to transition from an old occupation to a new digital job role. So those are the group of people, or the group of target audience that we see that there has been, to a certain extent, it has been marginalized. And then on the third part, that is for the starters countries. Starters countries are usually in the early stage, as we know that in the digital infrastructure build-up. Some face geographical limit, right? And others are hindered by economic wealth. So they score an average score of around 2.6. And the key commonality between all these countries are, as government policies and related spending concentrated in infrastructure, the gaps are getting wider and wider. Right, these countries, the gap, but the government of many of these countries are doing enough. They are actually keep on spending, and they continue to grow in pace in terms of the talent development due to the size of the youth. Many of these countries actually have a great number, a bigger size of youth population, and the massive infrastructure projects that's rolled out for the last 5 years, and they see this as actually a beginning where government policies can be introduced and started based on the economic climate of today. So, as a nutshell, what we see today is basically on three things. We see that government realized on, in the nutshell, most government across Asia Pacific agree that the vitality of the digital talent is driving what we call the country's aspiration for digitalized economy. So thus, this government undertook various what we call the fiscal and non-fiscal measure to narrow the gap in their digital talent supply. So here we have the pillars. The pillars below actually demonstrate how they interplay to boost the overall digital talent demands and supply, thereby providing stimulus to the country digital economy, right? So these are the four pillars. The first one is actually, as we know, that is infrastructure, right? This is where infrastructure has to be evolved along with the needs of allow innovation and talent building. The second one is actually programs and educations. There should be relevant curriculum. There should be relevant programs that align to the national qualification framework, right? When we say national qualification framework, means that each country has its own respective, what we call the NQF. So this NQF has to be aligned with the industry's curriculum needs. That means the industry skills needs and knowledge needs. And then we talk about policies fundings. That means how much the government are willing to inject, right, in terms of the funding or in terms of the PPP partnership, right, between collaboration between the industry leaders. So these are fundings is the support in creating what we call a sound environment that is vital for the economy success. And of course, the last part is actually the enterprise partnership. That is the PPP, where private entities or industry leaders have to go in and participate, not just at the surface level, but at the core level, to work with the policymakers in terms of the validation of the outcome of those programs. Because without doing the validation of the outcome of the talent program and initiative, that will be the weakest point where there is no check and balance. And of course, in Huawei, we actually have what we call a model to actually look at as a whole ecosystem. And this model actually covers the three aspects, that is the industry, government, and academia. As we know that government will keep on creating, policymakers will keep on creating new policies and initiatives to align with the current climate of the economy, right? And we know that industry leaders actually are looking for talents that actually has the necessary skills, competencies, and knowledge. And of course, academia will actually look into developing new curriculum, new programs that cater for the demand from the industry. So in Huawei, we have what we call an ecosystem there where we work together with partners and also universities under the ecosystem such as the ASEAN Academy. So ASEAN Academy covers the three aspects, that is the ICT certifications, emerging certifications, with ICT competition, and also the cloud infrastructures. So the cloud infrastructure facilitate product development, product innovation, and ensure digital competence. So we ensure that graduates who undertook be part of the ASEAN Academy or schools or university that's part of the academy will actually align closer to the industry needs, working along close side by side with the industry leaders and the academic sectors. So as a wrap up, as a recommendation, what should we look at? Some of the key recommendation is we should look at how to strengthen integration between policy, operation, and technologies, right? For example, effective policymakers should look at effective data captured, allow government or policymaker to move towards evidence-based decision more quickly, right? More faster. Decisions are being made based on the data analytics results, right? Policies can be made in such situations. We need to raise a digital innovation capabilities for starters and adopters, right? And we need to also develop talent pipeline, both at the broad level and also at the high-end level to drive transformation. What does it mean by the broad level? Broad level means that we need to understand what kind of commonality, what kind of skill set, what kind of digital skill set, what kind of knowledge that is required by majority of the industries based on the, for example, the job trend, right? Based on the job agency trend, the reports, we can gather some of this data and look at some of the commonalities, some of the broad level skill set and knowledge, and also some high-end level skills that we need in order to look into the innovation level. And of course, we look into also the building the flexibility and scalability infrastructure. Infrastructure should look into expanding, not just at the commercial area, but also at the rural area as well, that to reach target segments such as unemployed, youth, graduates of the country, right? And of course, the last part of our recommendation is to embrace the power of technology and the data to make decision, which allow us decision-making to keep abreast with the what's happening in the landscape of the digital economy. So all this is part of the recommendation, and we actually explained a little bit more detail in contrast with all the three countries that we see just now. That is the front runner, the starters, and also the adopters. So we look into the contrast in the white paper. Now, what we have here is actually we are inviting everyone here today in this Huawei Innovation Day to actually download our white paper. Take a minute to download and let us know your comments and give us the feedback after the event. And I hope that with this, I will end my presentation today. Everyone stay safe and take care. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Alex Lee, for your insightful presentation. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now have 15 minutes break. After the break, we will continue with our roundtable discussion, where we will cover the topic of digital talent as the key to sustainable development.
There's a house we can build. Every room inside is filled with things from far away. The special things I compile, each one there to make you smile on a rainy day. They can say it all sounds crazy, A million dreams are keeping me awake. I think of what the world could be, a vision of the one I see. A million dreams is all it's gonna take. Oh, a million dreams for the world we're gonna make.
With the presence for over 21 years, Huawei has a long-term commitment and continuous investment in Indonesia to support connectivity throughout Indonesia. Since 2020, Huawei Asian Academy are established at different regions to increase talent development and competency, emphasize combination of science, technology, and industry. Bridging digital talent gap and nurturing outstanding local digital talent to promote transformation and update ICT industry. Located at Wisma Mulia II Building and Cibis Park. Business Institute, Technical Institute, and Engineering Institute. Business Institute to cover multidisciplinary materials to improve leadership and provide support for the appropriate business and policy decision-making. Technical Institute to build and activate professional technical talent. Engineering Institute to improve the vocational skills of technicians.
For over 21 years, Huawei has a long-term commitment and continuous investment in Indonesia to build local ICT talent ecosystem. We are so honored to present Huawei Asian Academy Indonesia as the largest and the most comprehensive training platform in Asia-Pacific region, bringing our world-leading technologies and the best practice. Together, we will continue cultivating 100,000 Indonesia digital talents.
Various superior education facilities. With thousands of global ICT lecturers offering over 3,000 courses through various sets of experimental labs for practical operation.
Saya sangat mengapresiasi dan menyambut baik komitmen Huawei Indonesia melalui Huawei ASEAN Academy yang mendukung pengembangan 100.000 talenta digital Indonesia dalam rangka menciptakan ekosistem digital yang berkesinambungan.
Pertumbuhan Indonesia akan sangat bergantung pada inisiatif kita bersama pada hari ini dalam mempersiapkan talenta digital. Oleh karena itu, mempersiapkan 10.000 talenta digital Indonesia yang menjadi tujuan dari kegiatan ini adalah investasi kita membangun Indonesia masa depan. Saya berharap kerjasama antara Kemdikbudristek dan pihak swasta termasuk Huawei akan terus menguat, bahkan membuka peluang kolaborasi baru. Karena 10.000 talenta digital tidaklah cukup. Kita perlu ratusan ribu, bahkan jutaan talenta digital untuk melompat menuju kemajuan.
Sign several MOU with various ministries and numerous universities.
Saya ucapkan selamat pada Huawei dan terima kasih atas kolaborasi selama ini. Semoga kolaborasi ini tidak hanya menyiapkan SDM unggul, tapi juga riset dan inovasi di perguruan tinggi yang dimanfaatkan oleh dunia usaha, dunia industri.
Dan dengan adanya Huawei Asian Academy ini, kami akan terus mengembangkan ekosistem talenta digital untuk menciptakan SDM unggul yang berkompetensi tinggi dan berdaya saing global bersama dengan seluruh pemangku kepentingan demi kemajuan bangsa Indonesia.
Untuk memastikan talent tersebut memiliki standar kompetensi di bidangnya, Huawei memiliki lebih dari 100 jenis sertifikasi, dari mulai level Huawei Certified ICT Associate, Huawei Certified ICT Professional, dan yang paling tinggi, Huawei Certified ICT Expert.
Huawei Asian Academy, 100,000 Indonesia digital talent.
From the mountains to the oceans, the light of prosperity is replacing the shadows of disparity. Where there are gaps, we are building bridges. Where there are challenges, we are finding opportunities. Our families, schools, governments, and communities are leading the way.
Benefits for our future generation.
The ASEAN community and the ASEAN youth.
Building globally competitive digital industry of the future.
We are coming closer together and leaving no one behind. And this is just the beginning. Talent and knowledge will help us build a new tomorrow. Together, we will make our discoveries greater, make technological innovation move faster, and raise our ambitions higher. This is our time. Together, we build a new future.
My name is Muhammad Hafizul Ikhwan bin Rizwan. I'm from Multimedia University, currently taking electrical engineering. I'm one of the Huawei Seeds for the Future 2020.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We will now have a roundtable discussion with the topic of digital talent as the key to sustainable development, which will be moderated by the head of ASEAN Socio-Cultural Community Monitoring, Mr. Benjamin Lah. Mr. Lah, the time is yours.
Hi, good morning, everybody. Can you hear me?
We can hear you, Your
Brilliant.
Excellency.
Okay, good morning, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for joining us on this roundtable discussion organized by the ASEAN Foundation and Huawei as part of the Asia Pacific Innovation Day Digital Talent Summit 2021. We have heard from various eminent speakers from the governments and Huawei on fostering a digital talent ecosystem and how policy can help scale up the digital economy in ASEAN and the Asia Pacific region. Now, we now have a roundtable discussion, and the topic is on digital talent is the key to sustainable development. And this roundtable will focus on how governments, businesses, NGOs, and other stakeholders can respond to the challenges facing digital talent and what will be needed to prepare for a post-COVID digital future that can truly benefit individuals and societies. We believe that such a future can pave the way for a resilient digital economy and lead to sustainable and inclusive growth. Now, we have with us a panel of distinguished and well-qualified speakers to address this topic. We have Mr. Gokhan Ogut. He is the CEO of Maxis, which is one of Malaysia's leading 4G and 5G telecommunications network provider. We also have Mr. Muhammad Bijilid. He is the director of the UNESCO Regional Bureau for Sciences in Asia and the Pacific. And he is also UNESCO's representative to Indonesia, Brunei Darussalam, Malaysia, the Philippines, and Timor-Leste. Next, we have Dr. Syed Ismail Shah from the International Telecommunication Union, where he is the area representative for Southeast Asia and other member states in Asia and the Pacific. Now, ITU is the United Nations Specialized Agency for Information and Communication Technologies, and Dr. Shah's portfolio has been on technology implementation and ICT policy making. Also from ITU is Dr. Puji Pugiono, and he is Senior Advisor for Coordination at ITU's Regional Office for Asia and the Pacific. Pak Pugiono is no stranger in the ASEAN community, and he has been working for more than 2 decades in disaster management, humanitarian response, as well as several other human development issues. And our final speaker is Professor Dr. Wu Ming Kwong. He is Associate Professor at the Lee Kuan Yew School of Public Policy, National University of Singapore. His research and teaching has been on the impact of digital revolution on economic transformation and development, and he serves on the editorial board of the Journal of Telecommunications Policy. So a very warm welcome to all our speakers to this roundtable, and to our audience over the World Wide Web. Please feel free to direct your questions to any of our speakers throughout the discussion. You can type your questions using the chat function, and I will attempt to relay your question to the panel. So let's start this discussion by really setting the stage on the fundamental issues behind digital talent and sustainable development. If anything, the COVID-19 pandemic is shining a spotlight on inequalities that has plagued us for many years, not just during this pandemic, but even before. And for example, inadequate health systems, gaps in social protection, education inequalities. These are some of the inequalities that we are talking about. And we should really understand our topic today. We should really understand that the topic today is a sustainable development issue that can contribute to remedy. So our first question is, how is digital talent a sustainable development issue? So perhaps I can start with Mr. Dijalik from for UNESCO's perspective. Mr. Dijalik, you have the floor, please. I'm sorry. I think it's not logged on yet. How about our ITU colleagues, Dr. Shah?
Thank you very much. First, I would like to thank the organizers of this event, and also thank all the fellow speakers, and really appreciate the keynote speeches that were made. And I have found the ASEAN platform to be useful always. So your question is a very important question, and it has become actually even more important after pandemic. And I would say not even just digital talent, but overall digital technologies. How can they impact the SDGs? If you look at the 17 SDGs, you will not find the word ICT there, but we believe that ICT is at the core of each and every SDG. In some cases, there is a more direct role of digital technologies, ICTs, and in some cases, the role is indirect. I will only highlight 2 aspects, and then we can actually have further discussion as we go along. The first is the direct impact. So, for example, if we talk about quality education, I believe nowadays we cannot really talk about quality education unless we include some aspect of digital in the curriculum. And in the second aspect where digital can help is the delivery mechanism, that it is delivered through the online techniques or remotely. So as you can see that in meeting this SDG, there are many ways where digital technologies can be used and should be used and are an important aspect of the meeting this particular SDG. Similarly, you move on to any of the SDGs and you can find ways where digital technologies would be required to meet the goals. So whether that is digital talent, whether that is just the education, for example, in this case, or whether that is any other area that we are actually considering. The second, and then of course I would not like to go over each and every SDG because that's going to take too much time, but the same thing goes for example, affordable and clean energy, decent work, and so on. The second aspect that I would like to highlight is the use of digital technologies, specifically to measure the how well we are doing in terms of meeting the SDGs. So here I would like to show it with a few examples. So we have SDG number 1, which is no poverty. Now how do we measure it? Of course we can have surveys, we can have manual techniques, but we can have also some proxies to measure actually how the poverty situation is. For example, we can look at the spending pattern of mobile phone services that can actually that can inform us, that can be used as a proxy, as an indicator for the income levels. Similarly, when we talk about zero hunger, we can look at crowdsourcing or tracking the food prices in different areas in real time, and that is going to give us some estimate of hunger. Similarly, using the health, we can see the use the mobile phone and the relevant data to predict the spread of infectious diseases like COVID, and you have seen that contact tracing and other techniques, this was used, and then AI is applied, and you can see the results that we are getting. And you can go on and see all, and you can of course have more indicator, more proxies using the digital technologies to see how well we are doing. So just to summarize, digital technologies are essential in meeting the SDGs in two ways. The first is that it helps directly achieve the results, like in education I gave you the example of teaching digital technologies, developing digital skills, and then that also results in decent work, for example. Similarly, delivering the educational content through digital means. And then finally, the second aspect is how do you measure the progress that we are making on this particular SDG. So I'll stop here and we can have a discussion around that later on. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Dr. Shah. In fact, yes, I thank you for mentioning those two areas in how digital technologies can actually help measure as well as help to meet these SDGs. In fact, I think some of the initiatives, data important initiatives that can actually help support the SDGs, for instance, green bonds, for climate change. Perhaps we can actually talk about this in further detail later in terms of some of the derivative products. But before that, let's get the perspective from Pak Pujiono. If I can invite you to expound on the Indonesia case, for instance, and how far this is going on in Indonesia. Pak, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Pak Benjamin. Well, I'm afraid I will not be able to speak too much about Indonesia, but I will touch on it. I think it's reflective of ASEAN situation anyway. When we speak about digital talent, we have to recognize that even before the pandemic, the gaps is already there in variety of accounts. Gaps in terms of urban and rural, as it was mentioned earlier, gender-wise, right? And also between countries in ASEAN. I guess the pandemic just exaggerate that gaps in a way, right? And the demand for different kind of talents in three accounts. One, to respond to the pandemic. Number two, to promote the new way of living with pandemic with us. And number three, in preparing and undertaking the recovery onward. Now, as it was mentioned earlier, the connectivity plays a key role. One of ITU studies established the correlation between broadband connection and economic impact. And in that regard, ITU has placed a program to accelerate expansion of connectivity that include programs like Connect to Recover, and then Giga for school connectivity, digital literacy scale, and what's not. Now, Indonesia's situation exemplify that situation in which the government very quickly launch what's already on the pipeline anyway, which is a national digital literacy program, rather aggressive, as well as the connection of the public services to the internet, including school connectivity, which is also expansive. But clearly, there are several considerations that need to have further deliberations, reprioritization in terms of talent identification, retooling, reskilling. All of this will be an area that we need to discuss further, Pak Benjamin. I think that will be my opening. Thank you.
Thank you, Pak Pujono. Yeah, I think we really need to look at all these efforts to recalibrate our what has been done so far in response to what we are facing in terms of megatrends and immediately the COVID-19 crisis. And this may lie in the areas of health, in the areas of education. So certainly we should certainly talk more about this in terms of how connectivity, should be recalibrated in various contexts. For those who have just tuned in, and for the benefit of Dr. Tijalik, we are talking about how today's topic, on digital talent, how it is a sustainable development issue. And we started off with contributions from ITU, our colleagues from ITU. And now we move on to Mr. Gokhan Ogut, on his perspective from the telecommunications industry at Nexus, before going on to Mr. Vijay. Mr. Ogut.
First of all, good morning to all. It's a privilege to be here with such distinguished speakers. Thank you very much for the invitation. I am aware of the importance of the issue, and that's why I wanted to be here with you to discuss this important issue and give our perspective from telecommunications operator perspective and how we see the issue, the opportunity, and what are some of the things that we are doing. So once again, thanks for the opportunity. First of all, I agree with Dr. Syed Ismail Shah. Definitely digital technologies are very essential. And I believe it's not an issue, it's an opportunity now to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals, all 17 of them. I believe there is an important role for digital technologies to play to help us all around the world achieve these goals. Obviously, digital technology starts with a robust, uninterrupted, and reliable connectivity. As Dr. Puji was also saying, that's where telecommunications industry comes into play in order to really level the playing field, to help the needy to really bridge that digital gap. You really need a very robust connectivity in the whole country. And that's where we as Maxis, as a telecommunications operator here in Malaysia, see an important role for ourselves. We're doing few things here. Obviously, number one is providing that very important connectivity through what we call our converged network, not just mobile, but fiber, which is becoming more and more important as we've seen during the COVID-19. And we're working close with government here in Malaysia also to help achieve the national objectives of what we call here the program Jendela here in Malaysia, really bringing connectivity to rural as well as really being able to satisfy the capacity needs in the urban. That's why we have more than a year ago relaunched our brand purpose. We are aware of this, and we really would like all our employees to feel this deep inside, because we are here, we believe, in Malaysia to really bring the latest technologies and connectivity to help the nation to always be ahead. It's in a way our interpretation of achieving the sustainable development goals. It's not only limited to connectivity. Our role also goes beyond connectivity as we see it. We call it converged solutions. We also feel that we as an organization have an important role to play for enterprises in Malaysia, for small or big or even government, to accelerate the use of digital technologies. So we are working with many of our enterprise customers to really accelerate their digitalization, which in turn goes into their customers' digitalization. And finally, in terms of education, as Dr. Sayed was talking about, an important area for us too. We have a program called eClass, an online education program, which is after school recognized by Ministry of Education. Currently, more than 45,000 students enrolled, really focusing on science, English, and math, and helping them to complement their education by bringing in the best education materials from all over the country, and with the use of connectivity, really being able to bring those best teachers in Malaysia to the even furthest away rural locations with our eClass platform, so that we can really bridge that divide between urban and rural. And we lately started utilizing the same platform, education platform, by utilizing the power of online learning to teach women entrepreneurs in rural digital marketing skills so that they can really help grow their businesses. Again, with the same idea that connectivity and online education really makes available to students, to entrepreneurs, to women, wherever they are, to have access to the best and the latest, so that they can really, as we say in Maxis, to always be ahead in this ever-changing environment. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Allgood. I think thank you for your volunteering your response, and in particular, I think you really have emphasized the need to have partnerships and collaborations with stakeholders to really benefit the people and the people who matters most. And I think this will lead very, very nicely to UNESCO's perspective on this issue, on how digital talent and the digital economy, in fact, is really a sustainable priority. So maybe if I could pass the time over to Mr. Muhammad Ijali, if you could tell us more about UNESCO's perspective on how digital talent is a sustainable development priority.
Hello, everybody. Good morning. I'm in Paris. It's a little bit early in Paris. I would like first to thank you for this invitation, and also I really accepted this invitation because the topics itself, I think it's so important and critical, and especially in the actual context with the COVID, when highlighted this issue. I would say initially, I think before the COVID, UNESCO was working on the digital and ICT education in general, and because we thought and we still think that this is something important for the development of the education sector around the world. Now, with the pandemic, I think it's becoming more and more important, and UNESCO had to react very, very quickly because with the closing of the schools and the access of the education was becoming really an issue, and therefore UNESCO created this global education partnership around the world, and highlighting the access of the school, and the element that became so obvious at this time and still now is the digital learning, and we pushed all our partners to have access, and with the governments, with my Minister of Education, to develop, and we saw the gap. We saw the gap, the access of the internet, the access of the infrastructure, access of the teachers, and it was so obvious. that we need to accelerate the process. However, I think in terms of crisis like we had, it's complicated to come out with this, to fill the gap in only short time. And this is what we saw, that it's at the same time, it's an opportunity. Although it's a crisis, but it's an opportunity to push or to motivate all the partners. And we're not talking about the government, but we're talking about the private sectors. We're talking about the multilateral civil society, how to invest in the digital, because this is becoming the immediate solution first, but also is the solution for the future. And then we started to develop all the kind of tools, especially the ICT tools, and we saw also that the teachers, they are the main the topic that we saw that whatever, I think, although we saw that there's a gap in terms of lack of infrastructure. I think the socioeconomic factors resulted in poverty issues, and all. But I think the teachers, they're the key, or what we want to do in education, and then we saw that the gap. It's a big gap. Okay, and whatever we are providing devices, we had many collaborations with the private sectors, with starting by Huawei, that we work together, and then we provided the devices. But at the same time, we saw that it's not enough. It's not an issue of devices. And then we saw the difference between the rural and the access of internet. And this is another aspect which it's complementary. Then we come up with the conclusion that it has to be a comprehensive overall approach, not just having just a specific or focusing on infrastructure, or devices, or policies, but it has to come the comprehensive approach to tackle this, and to tackle not only in the short term, because you have to make it really sustainable. It's not one-shot deal. I think we need to avoid this kind of one-shot deal, but it's an issue of investment. And it's an investment at the short term, and this is where the challenge, in fact, because we need to respond immediately, because we have to have access to the children have to access to the education, but also to think about technical vocational education, about higher education, and it is not becoming just something that we are because it's the time to talk about the digital, but it's becoming really essential. We are talking about the social, and so far before I think we're talking more about the impact of digital on economy, which is true. It's reality. I think the economy, it's linked with the digital as tool, of course, not as a mean, but it's part of the process. But more and more, so it's more than that. It's more than that. We are lucky in the Asia. I think that the situation is more better than other regions of the world. But still, I think, still the inequality in ICT skills, especially for women, within cultural and economic factors. I think the issue of inclusivity is still there. I think all this, this is all the issues that now, we are trying to tackle by different ways, in terms of supporting the ministers, but also mobilizing the partners, private sectors, NGOs, society, again, to come up and to gather on this. I will stop here, but maybe most probably later, I think we will have other issues. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Dijali. In fact, I think what you have mentioned in terms of access is actually a consistent observation and across all our speakers so far. And in fact, ASEAN Foundation's Dr. Yang Mi-eng alluded to this situation in her speech earlier, that the benefits of the digital economy can only be reaped by those who can access it. So we really need to seek some solutions, to this dilemma and problem. But before we go really into some of the challenges involved and the gaps, if you will, let me engage with Dr. Vu, Professor Vu, if you can tell us more about how the relationships between human capital and the SDGs, in the digital landscape.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think first of all, I would like to say that I truly enjoy the meeting, our conference throughout this morning. Actually, it touched on the three brilliant issues of Singapore, of ASEAN. So we're talking about talents, we're talking about development and how we work together to promote sustainable development. So as academics, I actually would like to do something better. You only have to understand better first. The technology, the dynamics of landscape, the driver of the dynamic, and the first one, the direction of the young people, what they should do. So I start first with the technology. All of us know already, but however, I would like to emphasize three major characteristics of this breakthrough technology that actually happen every century or even every millennium. So it is amazing for us to actually be the witness of this major revolution. So there actually there are three characteristics here. The first one, actually, the pervasiveness. It means this technology penetrates across corners of society, from the wealthy country to very poor country, from the city to remote area. Everyone benefits somehow from this technology. Billion people, when connected and have access to technology and knowledge and communicate with each other without any cost. So pervasiveness is very important. The second one is called the improvement. It improves rapidly. No one can imagine that actually, just 5 or 10 years ago, it looks so outdated compared to today, or what do you expect 10 years from now? Amazingly. So we should expect, incredible improvement over time. But the third one, I think, most important thing actually is called the innovation spawning. It means, if this technology is integrated to whatever, it makes the thing much better. So innovative solution in integration with technology only improve our life and makes the whole world better. So the three major characteristics of the revolution, all of us have to actually recognize clearly and embrace them. That's the technology. The second one, what actually you asked me, what actually the dynamics, and the driver or the factor underlying the dynamics of advancement of the world now, so that we can promote sustainable development. I would say so 5 factors. The very first one, learning and innovation. Now, all people, billion people, have access to the global knowledge, communicate with each other, exchange ideas, and they can innovate, and they can share with the community. And billion people can, give your assessment right away. So if you have, innovative idea, we receive, a big reward. So both the supply and demand, actually huge, massive. So that's why it can promote learning and innovation, robustly and at accelerated rate when more and more people enjoy this platform. So learning and innovation, definitely this is the major driver of our development in the time to come. The second one I really like is actually synergy. Now, Airbnb or Uber or Grab, can replace the whole, hotel chain or taxi or transport, whatever, because people come together to produce something that individual or group of people cannot do. So synergy is something most powerful thing we should witness in the time to come, The third one is AI and automation. So people, across sector, individual or city, whatever, actually can have AI and automation replace, so make us a lot powerful, a lot more powerful and intelligent and innovative. So AI and automation is the third factor we also consider seriously. The fourth one I really like actually the improvement of the governance quality. Transparency for sure, efficiency and effectiveness of the public service delivery improving substantially. And we listened to our speakers this morning, and up to now, a lot of initiative and aspiration to improve public service across countries. That's wonderful. And the last one, but I think the most important one, is momentum. If we see something in Indonesia, we can see next thing in the Philippines or Vietnam, because people look at each other, learning from each other, advanced technology, stimulate innovation in other areas, and nation learning from each other. For example, Vietnam we learn from China from Japan or South Korea wonderfully. So it's kind of spillover effect, unbelievable, because now the world become transparent. How far you move, it's visible to all of us, and actually government under pressure of the public to improve themselves and to compete with other nations. So that's why I really like the white book, the white paper, published today by Huawei on human development. That's wonderful. Definitely, that's the case to go. Now, we're talking about what actually implication for the young people, for the youth. That I think that's more valuable thing we should draw from our today conference. The first one I would like to see, because we're talking a lot about talent development, but from my actually academic, my research, what kind of talent people actually will find it more rewarding and more worthwhile for them to invest in. I see three types of talents here. The first one, actually, we have to be able to make breakthrough, to challenge the status quo. It means you have to critical thinking. So whatever you're observing, like a policy implementation or whatever we see in reality now, we should be able to challenge the status quo. Say, here we have digital solution for you. Here is international best practices. I can learn from other countries. Why not? Instead, doing this way, too time consuming, too unproductive, whatever. So the capability to challenge the status quo, very important. That's kind of talent, important. The second one, actually the talent to, engineer and foster synergy. Because synergy, as I mentioned, there's wonderful sources, 1 + 1 actually equal 11. I see a lot of value to be released here. And actually young people should actually have very clear, community spirit, in mind. So like a Facebook, like platform thing, synergy is basic, enormous source of growth and sustainable development in the future. And the last one, actually, of course, that the capability to make breakthrough, actually to transform the world, to create the future with transformative innovation. So must be very bold, but taking risks so that we can come up with something we cannot imagine today. So that's three things. So now to offer, so like in my school, to offer young people what you should do, I would like to give them actually three frameworks here for them to think about. The first framework, very simple. I just use a SMART model. S-M-A-R-T. S-M-A-R-T is SMART. So actually now we're entering into a new era. Therefore, you have to be smart. But smart means what? So S stands for strategic choice. No, strategic goal. You have to have a clear strategic objective. If you don't have a strategic objective, clearly, not good. Just try to, improve some digital skill, not good. So strategic goal, objective, very, very important. The M here stands for momentum building. It means you are good in what? Should build up, on the momentum, rather than actually just, start from scratch, whatever. The A stands for acquisition of knowledge. We have to learn as much as possible in real time. You know, a lot of people can share with you a lot of knowledge. And R here stands for rethinking. Should be able to rethink rather than just stick to the established solution, whatever. And the T here, smart people in this ecosystem area, it means trust building, trust enhancing. You have to gain trust of the people and have to enhance the trust of the whole system in you. So quite important, that's smart. The second one, actually the score. Now, if you are smart enough, how we can score? It means we can advance as rapidly as possible. The score here is quite interesting, you know, because score means S and core. So people just by us the word core, building a lot of, you know, competency, but, you know, overlooking the S. S here, I mean strategic choices. Strategic choices quite important. You go alone or go with ecosystem. So I'm delighted that today people come together to discuss this thing, you know, collectively to think about the future. I like the approach. So ecosystem is a very important strategic choices, proactive or just reactive to technological changes, must be proactive. And the third one, you develop your talent to build the future or just to make a high living, high income, high earning. That depends. So strategic choice important. Then you have a passion to pursue the future objective. The core here stands for what? The core here, the C here, actually, it capability building, very important. That's competency. The O here, actually, openness.
Maybe I can interrupt you conveniently, actually, if you don't mind, because I think I want to follow up on your point here in terms of what exactly are the competencies, the skills, as well as, in fact, what you mentioned is really a lot on the mindset of what are needed to survive in today's digital economy or the emerging environment. And if you don't mind, maybe we can pursue that model later in terms of, you know, what should be done to cultivate these mindsets or skill sets. But if I can also engage with Mr. Allgood, because I've heard earlier from some of the presentations, there are very explicit skill sets that are required from the for digital talent, and they include keywords like coding, AI, cloud, Internet of Things, big data analytics. From your perspective, Mr. Allgood, and the rest may jump in if you like. From the industry, what is really needed now as the ASEAN recovers from the pandemic, and what is required for the future of work?
I think great question. Definitely, that's why I think actually the young people have to master have understand the technology robustly. Especially, I really like the idea that the cloud computing, for example, that's important. So we have to understand the power of the technology. So cloud computing for sure, the AI for sure, and the 5G. So at least you know the impact of this technology rather than actually to study their technical feature. However, when we know their benefits, it depends. You know, don't have some people ask actually I should spend a lot of time to learn coding. I don't think that is first priority. The first priority actually try to figure out how we can create value with technology. So it depends on your job. So that's why I mentioned or emphasize the importance of building momentum. And what you are doing now, just applying the digital solution to your job or to the job of your parents, whatever, to improve themselves and create the value for the community. That's be good enough. Yeah.
Thank you. And what's your perspective on this, Mr. Allgood?
Say again, please. Yeah.
I'm directing the question now to Mr. Allgood.
Okay, great.
Yeah, I think, are you muted? I think you are muted. Sorry, is it just me or is Mr. Allgood muted?
I cannot hear it either.
Okay. I think Mr. Ogwood is facing some difficulty with technical difficulty. Do we have other members of the panelists who can contribute your perspective on what?
I'm back. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Yes. I needed help to unmute myself. I cannot do it. The system warns me I cannot do it myself. Thank you very much for the question. The question is, if I understood correctly, what kind of talent do we need? Yes, for us, it starts with the connectivity, but goes beyond connectivity and what you can actually do with the connectivity on top of the connectivity. So the needs that we see, of course, starts with new connectivity technologies like 5G, but it goes beyond what 5G can provide, especially in the areas of big data analytics, machine learning, artificial intelligence, Internet of Things, and definitely the cloud technologies. These are mainly the 6 areas that we as Maxis are looking into building capability. And there are many ways that we're trying to do this, which I can talk later. But again, on the subject of what kind of skills we need, I agree with Dr. Wu Min that it goes beyond just skills. Skills can be learned, but what we believe is it's also the mindset, it's also the culture. And that's what we started again 2 years ago, introduced what we call Maxis Way 2.0, with the objective that it's not just the talent and the software and the knowledge, but it's also the mindset. And we dubbed it as transformational leadership, a new kind of leadership that we would like all our talents to have. And it has 3 main pillars. It starts with customer first. Whatever talent you have, really they need to start thinking with customer in mind first. It always starts with the customer. The customer needs, the customer wants, and it needs to be, every single decision needs to be driven by the customer in mind. It follows up with what we call what's possible. Again, Dr. Wu Min, you mentioned challenging the status quo. We want our employees, we want our talents to challenge the status quo. We want them to go after disconnected, breakthrough thinking. Not, this is what we used to do in the past, can we do incrementally better, but really start thinking of what's possible, what technology enables us to be possible. All the things that we thought, oh, you know what, this is crazy. No, we want to talk about things that are crazy because we know that it can be achieved with technology, and really the talent needs to have that mindset, which goes beyond thinking about those, but really committing to things that are possible without knowing that how to do them. So this is the kind of mindset that we're trying to instill among our talent. And the last piece is what we call I am Maxis, which is all about ownership. We want our talent to own the company and everything in the company, not just their own areas, not, for example, take a digital talent, not only what they're doing in terms of their coding, but really own the whole company, the whole process, and really go beyond what they're accountable for. So we want everybody to be responsible for everything in the company on top of their accountabilities, which is in the job description. Because again, we can go back to skill sets, AI, machine learning, Internet of Things, cloud. But if you don't have with the talent this kind of new leadership, they cannot really survive, they cannot really deliver. And this really is liberating this kind of thinking. Start with the customer. It's always the customer first. Think about what is possible, not just incremental, and really own it. Go beyond your accountabilities. You have the license to do it. This really empowers the talent to deliver what is possible with the technology. That's our thoughts around what we need, not just skills, but also leadership. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ogwood. In fact, on emphasizing that, it's not just the skills, that are needed, the knowledge that are needed, but also the mindset to carry it through, and the leadership, transformations, that will need to take place and be embedded within the mindsets of the people embarking on this domain. But if I can actually carry that a bit further and problematize it a little bit, I mean, these trends, towards technology industry, and digital talent, they have really heightened workers' anxiety over the future impact of on their jobs, the future impact of technology, in fact, on their jobs. And many workers realize that their skill sets do not match the requirements of future job opportunities anymore as time goes by. In fact, I think this is really tied in also with the demographic challenge of our region. If I can actually allude to that, many of our in ASEAN itself, countries such as Singapore, Thailand, and increasingly Vietnam, they are facing the challenge of ensuring economic growth with an aging workforce. And then on the other hand, we also have a number of countries like Malaysia, Philippines, Cambodia, Laos, and Myanmar, who are showing increased number of youth and working age persons. But however, half of our member states have total fertility rates below the replacement levels, and in years to come, ASEAN's workforce will start to shrink. Now, if I can engage perhaps Mr. Dijali from UNESCO and Pak Pujiono on this issue, what are your thoughts on this problem in terms of workers' anxieties, and demographics? And what is UNESCO and ITU doing on this aspect? Perhaps I think it would be a good time to learn from your organization's work on this. Perhaps I can start with Pak Pujiono.
Certainly, thank you. There was a recent study by the World Economic Forum on ASEAN. About 80,000 people were interviewed across the 6 countries of ASEAN. There are some well, not surprising, but striking findings there. One is that in terms of workforce, it seems like our colleagues from SMEs are more enthusiastic on the change, right? That's quite interesting, because we often think that SMEs are lagging and so on, but they're very enthusiastic. Number 2,
slow to change, Yeah.
I know. And number 2 is the so-called the flywheels effect. But Benjamin, I'm also quite surprised with the finding. In fact, those who have been adept with technology are the ones who are more keen to advance. Now, our colleagues who are lagging behind, almost like dragging their feet, Now, this is like the state of mind that finding discovered. Now, in terms of what it entails from that finding, I guess we really need to be carefully segment the population and the needs in ASEAN and match it with the technological option, the connectivity features, the applications, and finally the talent, right? Within that ecosystem. Now, what ITU have been doing, we try to address variety of the segments. For example, we have a program that's called GIGA, try to connect all the schools to the internet, right? This is the ITU and UNICEF program. And thus giving the young people with information, a better life choices and opportunities, right? That's GIGA. And then we have the Connect to Recover, try to address some of the gaps on the connections that would be required to be addressed in terms of recovery. We have the annual program for girls in ICT, try to bring this, addressing the gap in the digital gender divide in Pakistan, in Thailand, Malaysia, Indonesia, and many other countries. This the end of April, this is being celebrated. It's also in a way to bring, to look at the women as enormous potential in STEM sector. All right. And then, as Ismail already mentioned also earlier, there are a variety of programs that we have. But Benjamin, importantly, I think we need to talk about how the country would assess the needs in the country for the talents. And in that regard, the ITU has toolkits, the guidelines, as well as the annual publications to help policymakers and managers to make proper decision and have empirical basis to make their decisions, right? We'll be happy to share with you the link later, but those are some illustration of a very top line that I could think of. Maybe Pa Ismail could chip in on that. Pa Ismail?
Yes, thank you very much. Before I chip in on the programs, I'd like to address the issue that Mr. Benjamin Loh raised. That is the workers who are feeling anxious about losing their jobs because of the technology usage, and also the difference in the different countries in terms of the workforce. So I think there are two things that are very important. I mean, that we need to consider. The first one is actually reskilling our people, the organizations, rather than letting them go with so much experience, should reskill them, and so that they learn the new digital skills. And as was mentioned earlier, it's not the skills that are really important; it's the mindset. Skills can be learned rather easily nowadays, rather than changing the mindset. So working on the mindset change, that even if you have been working on this particular way, on this particular technology which is now being replaced, you can still learn new things and have new skills. Secondly, the collaboration is very important, because what you mentioned, for example, there is a lack of workforce. On the other hand, there are countries within ASEAN where they have young population and they need the job. So there is more collaboration that is required between the ASEAN countries. Finally, regarding to the reskilling and the new ways of working, I would also like to point out one additional thing that we do. If you look at in general, I mean, even if at the ASEAN level or at the world level, you see that there are lots of, I mean, some countries, there are many innovative ideas coming from, like in the digital domain. Countries like small countries, even like Estonia, for example, they came in per person, and then we have so many other countries who have come up with all these platforms. In Indonesia itself, you see lots of good platforms. So why is it that some countries are more innovative than others? First of all is the digital skills, the connectivity level and all that. But a very important aspect is the overall digital innovation ecosystem. How easy it is to actually come up with an idea and implement that. Do you have the tool? You can just go to the market and buy the things. What are the policies? What are the regulations? What is stopping you? How do you open a company? How do you close a company? What is the problem that you are trying to solve? So all these also play a very important role. So in this regard, ITU also conducts what we call a country profile of every country. I mean, any country we can do that from the digital innovation ecosystem point of view, that looks at the funding arrangement, the policies, the academia, what kind of graduates are being produced, and so on. So I'll stop here and give the chance to others. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Shah. In fact, you raised a very pertinent point. If you don't mind, Dr. Dijali, I'm going to tweak your questions to you for a little bit, and also engage Mr. Allgood. But because Dr. Shah, you have also mentioned that all these mindset skills, and we need to actually come together, with stakeholders, with education institutions, with government to get these skills, the right skills from the right people. But my question is, are these skills readily learned? Are these skills, do they come immediately from, our universities, like, in computer science, in faculties? Or are they skills that need to be picked up, or especially in terms of mindsets? do they need to be picked up, and how do you go about recruiting or engaging with these talent pool? So maybe if I could ask Mr. Dijali if you have any programs or initiatives with UNESCO that actually equips people with these essential digital skills that goes beyond curriculum. And Mr. Allgood, if I can engage you later on, well, if it's an open secret, what is your recruitment strategy, in terms of getting these people in, into Maxis or into the industry? So over to Mr. Dijali.
Thank you very much. I want just maybe go back a little bit, if I may, on the previous discussion. I think we can see all the challenges and gaps, because we are discussing the issue of the digital talent from different angles, and we are which is bizarre, which is at the same time normal, I would say, because we can see that in terms of our approach, is that we are approaching separately each issue, and each one is focusing on one of the topic, talking about infrastructure, or talking about learning, or talking about in terms of industry, the devices, technology, all this. But everything has to come together. I think there's no way that it becomes separately, and it was said before me, and I think, and this is where I'm saying that you have first, of course, the approach of upstream, I would say, but also you have the approach of the downstream. But if there is no link between, I think you will not have an needed impact necessary. And I think this is my global observation. Now, if you're asking me about now more specifically what UNESCO is doing, or in terms of what's proposing, in terms of course, one of the first thing is really to promote the innovative use of ICT and serving as facilitator and enabler for achieving the SDG 4. Through ICTs, but more especially, we are promoting quality of teachers and teacher practice. And I said, for us, the teachers is the key and in the educational level, and this is where I think the big gap we have today for ICT for education, through introduction of ICT pedagogy, integration, and so on, and then the curriculum, and then said fostering inclusion and equality in ICT in education through schools project for girls, a valuable opportunity for empowerment. I think this is also when we talked about equality, and also that regarding for women, there is an issue. We are also facilitating the policy dialogue on ICT education to ASEAN, or the Pacific Regional Workshops, conference, forum, which for me is more on the other upstream. And this is where, but one of the things that we are trying to do, at least, is to bring all these, let's say, partners together to come out in one approach. And this is where the mean of the global coalition, I think this is the main objective, to bring together. I will talk also about when you said about in terms of what kind of digital talent that we need, or whatever, or the skills. We are going back every time the same issue, talking about the infrastructure, or talking about but.
And I agree with you, because I think the means is important, and you also emphasize that it's not just the candidates, in terms of the people who are supposed to be possessing these skill sets, in terms of digital talent. But I think you rightly mentioned that it's really you also need to look after the teachers. Who is going to be able to disseminate this knowledge, and we need to build up that talent pool as well. So I'm conscious of the organizers have just contacted me that it's 11:45, and I'm conscious that we don't have time, although it's a brilliant discussion. But I'm going to ask Mr. Allgood to oblige us with a half a minute worth of your insights on how do you recruit.
Sure. Thank you very much for the opportunity. Yes, it's an important one, how to find, recruit, and retain talent. Definitely, we work with institutions a lot, higher education institutions, 7 of them here in Malaysia, as well as we also just announced a couple of weeks ago our Asia Pacific University of Technology and Innovation Partnership, where we really work with these institutions to define what our needs are, how we can find it among these institutions, and really make that connection to complement the technical education with practical internships and practical work experience in Maxis that leads to employment later. You talked about a secret. Another secret is acquiring these talents in bulk, which is the M&A, merger and acquisition, or better we call it hire. Really working with small Malaysian companies who are expert in certain areas, taking them over to bringing them back to Maxis family, and really finalizing a capability skill gap that we have identified in our company with these small or medium-sized companies. And the final one is definitely reskilling is very important. We are aware of the anxiety of our people, and it starts with measuring with anything else. Now we started a program called Data on Digital Citizenship. We are assessing every single employee in the company, putting them into non-users, business practitioners, technology practitioners, and deep skill certification, and really designing programs for each of the different segments to upskill, reskill, so that they are ready for future of work in Maxis. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Allgood, for those insights.
Benjamin, final one. Of course, here partnerships are very important. That's why I again accepted this, because we cannot do it alone by ourselves, especially on the reskilling part. Working with companies, our partners like Huawei, global partners, really gives us the required know-how, knowledge to reskill our employees. And a lot of certification together with our partners are going, which I'm grateful for. Thank you.
Thank you. With that, I think we really need to, I wish we had more time, to discuss a lot of these interesting issues that have risen. But so on behalf of the speakers, we thank you for your participation at this event. I shall now pass over the time to the Masters of Ceremony for the signing ceremony between Huawei and ASEAN Foundation for the ASEAN Seeds for the Future Cooperation. Over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Law, and our speakers today for the engaging and enriching discussion about the importance of digital talent as the key to sustainable development. In the next segment, we'll go to Nusantara Hall, ASEAN Secretariat, Jakarta, to see the signing ceremony of Memorandum of Understanding on ASEAN Seeds for the Future between ASEAN Foundation and Huawei. The ASEAN Seeds for the Future is the scaled-up version of Huawei Seeds for the Future program, which has been developing local talent, enhancing knowledge transfer, promoting a greater understanding of the ICT industry, and also encouraging wider participation in building healthy and sustainable digital communities since 2008. To get a better understanding about Huawei Seeds for the Future program, we have a video for you.
Seeds for the Future was launched in Thailand in 2008, aiming to offer students a unique technology journey combined with diverse aspects of Chinese culture. 2020 marks the 12th anniversary of Seeds for the Future. an important milestone according to Chinese culture. Driven by the need to innovate, in 2020 we launched our online version, creating an engagement more vibrant than ever. Over 3,000 students from 103 countries and regions joined the online program, tripling the number of annual participants and reaching nearly 9,000 alumni worldwide since 2008. More than 400 leading experts across sectors joined and supported the program in their countries, endorsing the program's contributions to the development of young talents and bridging the digital divide locally. With 67 live streams and pre-recorded courses delivered by entrepreneurs, artists, professors, experts, and instructors from around the world, students gained knowledge and skills in ICT and relevant topics, nurturing students around the program's main pillars. Empowering women in technology is one of Huawei's goals through Seeds for the Future. As of 2020, we surpassed in many countries our pledge for 1/3 female participants. Also in 2020, Seeds for the Future revamped its online alumni community to stimulate interactions across cohorts and countries, exchanging unique personal stories and professional success and interests. Rounding off a year marked by innovation, we hosted our very first year-end celebration, reuniting more than 2,000 alumni from 111 countries and regions, joined by special guests sharing their experience and understanding of the program's main pillars. Prizes were won, and our alumni left inspired by our performers' rhythm and words.
It's not just about where we've been, but where we might go. We won't always get it right, but that's part of life though. So keep taking those chances. That is my hope. Because when you dare to dream, that's when you let your light show.
In the upcoming years, Huawei will continue to plant more seeds for the future, regardless of the challenges, knowing that every seed that survives the winter will blossom with hope.
In collaboration with Huawei, ASEAN Foundation will implement the ASEAN Seeds for the Future program by building upon the success and lessons learned of the existing Huawei Seeds for the Future. The 2-year program will combine offline and online approaches, where selected participants will have the opportunity to broaden their horizons, learn about different cultures, and network in a truly global alumni community. On that note, we're happy to show you the video to introduce ASEAN Seeds for the Future. I hope all of you enjoy our videos. I will now pass over the stage to my colleague Astrid at Nusantara Hall, ASEAN Secretariat, who will be hosting the signing ceremony of Memorandum of Understanding on ASEAN Seeds for the Future. Over to you, Astrid.
Thank you, Naila. His Excellency Ambassador Yap Samnang, Permanent Representative of the Kingdom of Cambodia to ASEAN, Deputy Secretary General of ASEAN for ASEAN Political Security Community, His Excellency Robert Mateus Michael Tene, Deputy Permanent Representative of the Philippines to ASEAN, Her Excellency Elizabeth Te, Deputy Permanent Representative of Singapore to ASEAN, His Excellency Tam Bok Sien, Mr. Jay Chen, Vice President of Huawei Asia Pacific, who is joining us online, Executive Director of ASEAN Foundation, Dr. Yang Mi-eng, and Vice President of Huawei Indonesia, Mr. Albert Yang. I would like to give everyone here a warm welcome to the ASEAN Seeds for the Future Cooperation signing ceremony between the ASEAN Foundation and Huawei. My name is Astrid, and I will be your master of ceremony for this segment. Without further ado, I would like to invite Dr. Yang Mi-eng, Executive Director of ASEAN Foundation, and Mr. Albert Yang, Vice President of Huawei Indonesia, to come forward to take the reserved seats. Before we proceed, I would first like to invite His Excellency Ambassador Yep Samnang, Permanent Representative of the Kingdom of Cambodia to ASEAN, up on stage. I would also like to request His Excellency Robert Mateus Michael Tene, the Deputy Secretary General of ASEAN for ASEAN Political Security Community, to join us here up on the stage. Next, I am pleased to invite Her Excellency Ms. Elizabeth Te, the Deputy Permanent Representative of the Philippines to ASEAN, up to the stage to join us. I also wish to invite His Excellency Tam Bok Sien, the Deputy Permanent Representative of Singapore to ASEAN, to the stage. Last but not least, Mr. Jay Chen, Vice President of Huawei Asia Pacific, who is joining us virtually to witness the signing ceremony. Now, Dr. Yang and Mr. Albert, you may proceed with the signing of the MOU. Our colleague will help you with the exchange of the mock-up. The signing ceremony has now concluded. Thank you, Dr. Yang and Mr. Albert. Please hold up the MOU mock-up so that our live streamers could see them. Now, I would also like to invite the witnesses to step forward for a quick photo session. Please remain on stage. And with that, we have now concluded the cooperation signing ceremony of ASEAN Seeds for the Future. I thank your excellencies and distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, for the availability to be with us here today. Naila will be back to guide us through the next segment. Over to you, Naila. Yeah.
Thank you, Astrid. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now be having a 15-minute break. After the break, we will have an online media roundtable. We look forward to see you again in the next 15 minutes.
There's a house we can build Every room inside is filled with things from far away. The special things I compile, each one there to make you smile on a rainy day. They can say it all sounds crazy. They can say we've lost our minds. I don't care if they call us crazy. Run away to a world that we design. Every night I lie in bed, the brightest colors fill my head. A million dreams are keeping me awake. I think of what the world could be, a vision of the one I see. A million dreams is all it's gonna take. Oh, a million dreams for the world we're gonna make.
With the presence for over 21 years, Huawei has a long-term commitment and continuous investment in Indonesia to support connectivity throughout Indonesia. Since 2020, Huawei Asian Academy are established at different regions to increase talent development and competency, emphasize combination of science, technology, and industry. Bridging digital talent gap and nurturing outstanding local digital talent to promote transformation and update ICT industry. Located at Wisma Mulia II Building and Cibis Park. Business Institute, Technical Institute, and Engineering Institute. Business Institute to cover multidisciplinary materials to improve leadership and provide support for the appropriate business and policy decision-making. Technical Institute to build and activate professional technical talent. Engineering Institute to improve the vocational skills of technicians.
For over 21 years, Huawei has a long-term commitment and a continuous investment in Indonesia to build local ICT talent ecosystem. We are so honored to present Huawei Asian Academy Indonesia as the largest and the most comprehensive training platform in Asia-Pacific region, bringing our world-leading technologies and the best practice. Together, we will continue cultivating 100,000 Indonesia digital talents.
Various superior education facilities. With thousands of global ICT lecturers offering over 3,000 courses through various sets of experimental labs for practical operation.
Saya sangat mengapresiasi dan menyambut baik komitmen Huawei Indonesia melalui Huawei ASEAN Academy yang mendukung pengembangan 100.000 talenta digital Indonesia dalam rangka menciptakan ekosistem digital yang berkesinambungan.
Pertumbuhan Indonesia akan sangat bergantung pada inisiatif kita bersama pada hari ini dalam mempersiapkan talenta digital. Oleh karena itu, mempersiapkan 10.000 talenta digital Indonesia yang menjadi tujuan dari kegiatan ini adalah investasi kita membangun Indonesia masa depan. Saya berharap kerjasama antara Kemdikbudristek dan pihak swasta termasuk Huawei akan terus menguat, bahkan membuka peluang kolaborasi baru. Karena 10.000 talenta digital tidaklah cukup. Kita perlu ratusan ribu, bahkan jutaan talenta digital untuk melompat menuju kemajuan.
Sign several MOU with various ministries and numerous universities.
Saya ucapkan selamat pada Huawei dan terima kasih atas kolaborasi selama ini. Semoga kolaborasi ini tidak hanya menyiapkan SDM unggul, tapi juga riset dan inovasi di perguruan tinggi yang dimanfaatkan oleh dunia usaha, dunia industri.
Dan dengan adanya Huawei Asian Academy ini, kami akan terus mengembangkan ekosistem talenta digital untuk menciptakan SDM unggul yang berkompetensi tinggi dan berdaya saing global bersama dengan seluruh pemangku kepentingan demi kemajuan bangsa Indonesia.
Untuk memastikan talent tersebut memiliki standar kompetensi di bidangnya, Huawei memiliki lebih dari 100 jenis sertifikasi, dari mulai level Huawei Certified ICT Associate, Huawei Certified ICT Professional, dan yang paling tinggi, Huawei Certified ICT Expert.
Huawei Asian Academy, 100,000 Indonesia digital talent.
From the mountains to the oceans, the light of prosperity is replacing the shadows of disparity. Where there are gaps, we are building bridges. Where there are challenges, we are finding opportunities. Our families, schools, governments, and communities are leading the way.
Benefits for our future generation.
The ASEAN community and the ASEAN youth.
Building globally competitive digital industry of the future.
We are coming closer together and leaving no one behind. And this is just the beginning. Talent and knowledge will help us build a new tomorrow. Together, we will make our discoveries greater, make technological innovation move faster, and raise our ambitions higher. This is our time. Together, we build a new future.
四山洞拐至下升线，广州至上水。
Programa que tiene una arritmia leve.
สิ่งที่ผมกำลังทำอยู่มันอาจจะดูวุ่นวายและไม่น่าสนใจสำหรับใครหลายๆคนแต่สิ่งที่คุณเห็นอยู่นี่คืออนาคตผมเชื่อว่าเทคโนโลยีดิจิตอลนี่แหละคือสิ่งที่จะขับเคลื่อนโลกไปข้างหน้าและ ICT คือเส้นทางที่ผมเลือกให้กับตัวเอง
เฮียเอาของกลับบ้านนะน้ำ1ให้2
เป็นไงบ้างลูก พร้อมสำหรับวันพรุ่งนี้หรือยัง
ใกล้แล้วม้าแต่เดี๋ยวอีกแป๊บนึงอะลูกจะเสร็จแล้ว
กว่าจะมีวันนี้ได้ก็เป็นนี่ร้านบะหมี่ของป้านี่แหละทำกันมาหลาย10 ปีจนกลายเป็นร้านดังแถวนี้ไปแล้วเอาแต่ตั้งหน้าตั้งตาขายไปวันๆได้กำไรเท่าไหร่ก็ไม่ค่อยนับแต่ก็ขายจนส่งผมเรียนได้ถ้าไม่อร่อยจริงสงสัยจะเจ๊งไปนานละ
ป้าเขาทำงานหนักมาหลายปี ก็อยากเห็นแกประสบความสำเร็จ อย่าทำให้ป้าผิดหวังนะ
ค่ะม้าม้าไปแล้วนะ
มหาวิทยาลัยที่ผมเรียนอยู่ในเมืองผมเลยต้องมาอยู่หอจะได้กลับบ้านก็แค่ช่วงวันหยุดเท่านั้นแหละส่วนป้ากับม้าไม่ต้องเป็นห่วงหรอกขายกันมาตั้งหลายปีไม่น่าจะมีปัญหาอะไรอยู่ละ
รัฐบาลประกาศใช้มาตรการล็อกดาวน์เพื่อควบคุมการแพร่ระบาดของโรคโควิด -19 ขอให้ประชาชนทุกคนงดการเดินทางข้ามจังหวัดและงดนั่งรับประทานอาหารในร้านในจังหวัดที่เป็นพื้นที่สีแดง
เล้งแล้วแบบเนี้ยแกจะเรียนยังไง
ก็วิชาของเล้งมันเรียนออนไลน์ได้ม้าก็เลยไม่ต้องเข้าห้องเรียนแล้วที่บ้านเป็นไงบ้างม้า
ก็ลำบากหน่อยอะนะ เพราะเขาไม่ให้นั่งในร้านเราก็ต้องปิด ป้ากับม้าก็ไม่รู้จะทำยังไงเหมือนกัน ส่งมาทำไม
ป้าก็ไม่รู้เหมือนกันเดี๋ยวลงทะเบียนเสร็จเดี๋ยวป้ากดปุ่มด้านล่างนะเดี๋ยวมันจะให้ใส่ที่อยู่แล้วก็ชื่อร้านค้า
ไหนนะตรงเนี้ยอยู่นี่ไงเห็นแล้ว
พี่ครับเอาบะหมี่แห้งพิเศษ3ที่ไม่งอกครับ
Welcome back, everyone. On this session, we will have a media roundtable that will be moderated by Chief Digital Officer of Huawei Asia Pacific, Mr. Michael McDonald. Mr. Michael McDonald, the time is yours.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen and media friends, this is a session specifically designed for you to be able to ask your questions. But before we get there, I just want to say a couple of words. So firstly, again, welcome to our Asia Pacific Innovation Day Digital Talent Summit 2021. This particular session, as I mentioned, is specific for the media. And I hope everybody has had an opportunity to follow what happened in the morning sessions where our distinguished ministers shared their thoughts on how to cultivate digital talent. And more importantly, I think driving digital awareness throughout their countries. And I think to sort of sum everything up and just sort of reiterate what this is all about, it's the fact that technology adoption is increasing at an exponential rate. And we've seen the pandemic has actually had a remarkable impact on our adoption of technology and pushed it even faster. And every country has kind of voiced maybe some unique issues that those nations have faced, whether it's how to leverage academia or government or the industry, but ultimately that we all need to build a win-win outcome for the development of a sustainable, bleeding edge pool of talent. And we've put all these thoughts together, and they've been captured in our 2022 Digital Talent Insight White Paper, which tackles bridging the gap by matching digital skills and building the employability pipeline in Asia Pacific. So I definitely encourage, if you would like to learn more, you download that. It's a very long, thorough white paper, but it has a lot of really good, juicy information in there. As well, something that we did this morning is we just announced our new partnership between Huawei and the ASEAN Foundation to implement a regional Seeds for the Future program in ASEAN, with the goal to develop ICT talent among ASEAN youth, enhance knowledge transfer, encourage a greater understanding of the ICT sector, and ultimately promote a regional digital economy. So I'm Michael McDonald, and I'm Chief Technical or Digital Officer for Huawei Asia Pacific. And I'm joined this afternoon by Dr. Yang Miang, Executive Director of ASEAN Foundation. If you've watched the morning sessions, she's already made an appearance several times. As well, Mr. Chen Nen-jae, Vice President of Huawei Asia Pacific. Likewise, he's also made a couple of appearances. And Ms. Yu Lim Hur, our Seeds for the Future alumni representative. To hear more about the ASEAN Foundation, I'd like to ask Dr. Yang to say a few words.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. A very good afternoon, and thank you for still staying with us. We are very happy that we just announced and just signed the MOU with Huawei to bring the program Seeds to the Future to this ASEAN region. So as the world is heading towards digital future, the demand for skills, digital talents has exponentially increased. So we ASEAN facing threats of having a shortage of 2 million ICT talents in the next 5 years. So the creation of an inclusive and sustainable talent development ecosystem that we can nurture a generation of digital talents has now become more important than ever. So it's during this pandemic time, actually, everything is exacerbated in the digital world. So we have to, the post-pandemic era will bring another about a challenging time that we have never seen before, which we need our young people to be ready for it. So ASEAN actually take significant steps in becoming a leading digital community by launching the ASEAN Digital Master Plan 2025. This will serve as a guiding compass for all key stakeholders of ASEAN in ensuring that the people, especially youth, possess the right digital competencies to participate and reap the benefits of digital economy. So this is also to create a digitally inclusive approach. So we are not only looking at the cities and metropolitans and successful, because this morning, I think during the white paper, you can see some countries are actually at the starting points, and there are 3 levels. Some is already at the forefront. So there's a lot to do. You know, we can see the gap is big. It's not small. So there's a lot of work to do. So as ASEAN entity and ASEAN body, we are very delighted and honored to be given this opportunity to work together with private sectors as big corporate like big name like Huawei to really pave the way for digital economy and digital community. So in order to contribute in achieving the goals of ASEAN Digital Master Plan, just now what I mentioned is Digital Master Plan of 2025, we are proud to join hands with Huawei to implement ASEAN Seeds for the Future. So this program will strive to lay the foundation for creating a strong foundation for digital talent development ecosystem in ASEAN. So we want to leverage and we want to work with Huawei because Huawei has the best technology and innovation. So we strive to bring the quality digital education closer to our youth, and we want to prepare them for the future. So this partnership, again, before I end my introduction, is to for ASEAN Foundation and Huawei to really create a big milestones. This is a beginning steps for ASEAN to commit each other's partnerships with public and government and privates all together to contribute to developing a sustainable and also agile future leaders that can path a digital economy for the world, no? For our region especially. So I pass it back to our host. Thank you.
Sure. Thank you very much, Dr. Young. Next, maybe to explore a little bit more about Huawei's initiatives I'd like to introduce Mr. Jay Chen, VP of Huawei Asia Pacific. Jay?
Yes. So good morning and good afternoon to the media friends. It's a very good opportunity we meet again today. Actually, the COVID-19 has accelerated the digital economy. And as companies and organizations understanding the rapid digital transformation and thinking the skilled workers to tackle the challenge, it becomes apparent there remains a huge gap in digital talents across our Asia Pacific region. Access to education is the vital to create opportunities and support sustainable development, especially in our region. Today, we feel very grateful to have the opportunity to connect with the governments, international organizations, academic and industry partners to discuss how we can better collaborate on cultivating a talent ecosystem for inclusive digital future in our region. We are also very glad to see the signing of the MOU with the ASEAN Foundation on the ASEAN Seeds for the Future program today. Together, our cooperation will contribute to achieving the objectives of ASEAN Digital Master Plan 2025, which aims to increase the capacity of youth in our region to participate in the digital economy and to create a digitally inclusive society in our region. Seeds for the Future is Huawei's global flagship program, through which we share our ICT expertise with young people to develop the ICT professionals and the local ICT industries. First launched in Thailand in year 2008, Seeds for the Future has been implemented in 130 countries now and the region, reaching 9,000 students from over 500 universities. More importantly, it has garnered support from more than 120 heads of state and high-level government officials globally. We started this program to not just empower more young people through the ICT technology, but to also create a community for people who are interested in future technology. This uniqueness of the program lies in the combination of latest ICT technology training, shared experience from professionals, and the long-lasting relationship established throughout a truly global economy community. This year, we from Huawei will extend our digital talent cultivation initiatives even further. As our regional president, Jeffrey Liu, has just announced today, Over the next 5 years, Huawei Asia Pacific has committed another $50 million to develop 500,000 ICT talents in Asia Pacific region. Through our programs, such as the Seeds for Future and on our Huawei ASEAN Academy platform. Launched in the year 2019, Huawei ASEAN Academy designed joining with the local governments, enterprise, universities, carriers, and industry organizations, cultivates digital talent and promotes innovation within startups and SMEs on our Huawei infrastructure platform. In addition to arming the next generation of digital talent, this program will benefit variety of stakeholders, including the government and the communities where the program is implemented, aligning with digitalization strategies. Academia where it enriched educational resources and the competitiveness under the ICT industry overall. Talent development is challenging and time-consuming. It requires both delegations and heavy investment to build an ecosystem that can strive. Leveraging shared experience with win-win outcomes, we can harness the power of the ICT to fly us into digital tomorrow. And with adequate training and opportunity for future talent, we can find our pilots. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you. Thank you very much. Later future, we are open to answer your question. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Jay. I think that gives a lot more insight into what Huawei's involvement is. And now, sort of representing our Seeds to the Future alumni, I'd like to introduce Ms. Yu Lim Hur, who will say a couple of words about her role and her experience.
First of all, I would like to say very good afternoon to Mr. Jay Chen, Vice President of Huawei Asia Pacific, and Dr. Yang Mi-Eng, Executive Director of the ASEAN Foundation, and also Mr. Moderator of our media friend and ladies and gentlemen who joined us today. And my name is Yu Lim Hua, this Seed for the Future alumni from 2018, and currently I'm a public relations specialist from Huawei, Cambodia. And I'm glad to be a part of the big event of ASEAN Pacific Innovation Day Digital Talent Summit. And it's also my great honor to represent one of the Seed for the Future alumni to say some words and then share some of my experience today. And also, I would like to take this opportunity to congratulate for the MOU signing ceremony between the ASEAN Foundation and also this Huawei, and looking forward to cultivate more of the digital talent and in order to leverage the gap between these all of ASEAN countries, and especially to help more ICT talent and the digital talent to develop our ICT sector in this ASEAN. And thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Well, I mean, the whole purpose of this session again is to allow the listeners the opportunity to, give us their thoughts and ask questions. So I strongly encourage everybody to use this time wisely. But I will remind you that if there are questions that we just run out of time for, We don't just discard those. We will do our best to answer those and provide you some references or some contacts beyond the scope of this time frame here. So just before we open it up, I will explain a little bit about how we're going to do this. First, please raise your hand virtually inside the Zoom conference itself, or you can also type it in the chat box if you prefer, and I'll read it from there. Please provide your name, the organization that you represent, in addition to your question. And then what I will do is I'll do my best to paraphrase it or interpret it before handing it off to our panelists. And with that, we'll start taking some questions. So let me just switch over here. Okay, so the first one, I see a hand raised from Telecom Review. Please go ahead. I believe you can unmute your microphone. Sure, go ahead. Telecom Review. Okay, maybe.
Hi, sorry.
Okay, no problem. Go ahead.
Sorry, I wasn't able to unmute earlier. Good afternoon, I'm Corinne from Telecom Review APAC. I have two questions. The first question is for Mr. Jay Chen. Yes, so can you tell us more about Seeds for the Future program, how it falls into Huawei's overall strategy for growing digital talent in the region? And on a similar note to Dr. Yang from the ASEAN Foundation, what are the short-term and long-term aspirations of this partnership? So what are the outcomes that you'll be expecting within the short and long term?
Sure. Jay, I think that was pretty clear. So why don't you just go right into it? Jay, you're okay? Okay, maybe while we wait for Jay, Dr. Yang, if you want to maybe address the other question. Are you able to unmute yourself? Maybe the operator can help. I think our guest.
Now I'm able. Thank you, Michael. This is technology.
Yeah, exactly. At its finest.
So yeah, thank you for the questions. Okay, the long term and short term. The short term is, of course, this is the beginning of it. So we wanted to really thank Huawei for giving us this opportunity to partner with them and do more for the ASEAN region. So of course, the beginning of it, developing digital skills and also future ready skill for youth is not something new for ASEAN Foundation. In fact, we have been doing this for the past 5 years. So, and you can also see that just now I shared the roadmap of ASEAN plan for digital. It's already started more than 5 years ago. So for us, this is a continuation of what we're doing, but our expectation for partnerships with Huawei is this is the first time we are partnering with the telecommunications and also with the big brand in the world. So we are looking forward to technology transformation because Huawei has got 3G, 5G and has got AI, Internet of the Things. They are actually at the forefront. They are leading the industry. So we are very excited to really lay the foundations, work with the best in the world to lay the good foundations for our youth. And for long term, we think that the beginning of this is just the testing, the beginning opening door for more programs to come in. Of course, we have our own KPI for the future of the Seeds. We wanted to churn out first year of Leader First, focusing mainly on ASEAN. Because I know that Huawei Seeds program has been there and has been launched in Thailand before. But the phase 2, this is the time that actually we wanted to focus on ASEAN region. So when we have designed this ASEAN region means that we will design it based on the needs of the community here. Because ASEAN is very big. In fact, we have 600 population, 655 over, 655 million people. And out of that, we have 200 over million youth. So the work is not just 1 year you can do, or 2 years or 3 years. This partnerships is for 3 years, but we foresee that in future we will be doing more and continue our partnerships, to do more for the future, because the jobs that created in the digital world during this pandemic time, I think the youth here is not that ready yet. There's a lot of lacking of resources. So to drive the economy, we have to look forward and forecast a more sections that we need to focus, a more customized digital approach, instead of one suit for all. One answer for everybody is the same model. It doesn't work that way. So for ASEAN, we have multi-tiers of approach. So that is our long term, to build a really cohesive and inclusive ASEAN youth there who is ready for the future market. Because if we are not doing it now, the youth will be left behind. More gaps will be created. So we are trying to bridge the gaps, and we are trying to let everyone have the capacity building and capacity to actually take the opportunity and the jobs that offered by the new technology later. So that's my answer. I hope that answered your question. Thank you.
Sure. Thank you very much, Dr. Young. I think that was a very elaborate answer. Jay, I think you're able to speak now. Maybe you can address the first question.
Yes, thank you.
Sure.
I think you can hear me now, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So thank you very much for the question from Telecom Review, APAC, Korean. Regarding the Seeds to Future program, the strategy, I would like to take today's opportunity to share a little more in detail. The first, currently we put very, very high the priority in our strategy in the region on the ICT talent group. So this is already be considered as one of our strategy in the Asia Pacific region. So this is the first. Second, all this under this strategy, we set up the targets as I mentioned, and also as our regional president Jeffrey Liu announced. We would like provide direct or indirect training coverage for 500,000 people in our region, with the investment 50 million in the next 5 years. So this also is a very clear target, which is set up. Under this strategy and the targets, we also have the overall on the plan in detail. This program will cover the several parts. One part will be implemented on the platform. We call it Huawei, the ASEAN, the academy. This the platform will cover most of most countries in our region. Currently, we already have this platform operation in the 4 countries, such as Thailand, Indonesia, Malaysia, and in the future, we will expand to another 4 countries. So this is about the Huawei ASEAN academic operation platform. In this platform, 3 targets, the training and education will be provided. First one is about the leadership, which in this under this program, we will provide a lot of the training or communication, seminar, workshop, mostly focus on the telecom, ICT, AR, the big data cloud, the global, the best practice. In this industry's trends, have the experience sharing, the two-way communication with the high-end in the industry, such as from the government, from the industry, from the operator, from enterprise management, something like that. Second is about the professional. Second is about the professional. Most will be focused on the technical part. We call this part is the Technical Institute and Huawei ASEAN Academy. The target, the education and the training target most focus on the career and the enterprise, technical, the personnel. And will also cover some of the college students and also some training participants from the ecosystem partners. Last part under Huawei ASEAN Academy is about the engineering institute. We call it the social development. The target participants, most are from the contractors or partners from industry, and also will cover the vocational school students and the community participants from the community. We will offer most the scenario-based the training and provide the certificate to help them get the better the working opportunity, employment opportunity. So this is about the Huawei ASEAN Academy platform. Apart from this part, we will continue our traditional seeds for future. Every year in the every country under the Asia Pacific, we will cooperate with around 150 universities in different countries, recruit the best students from these universities, provide them 2 weeks the training program. During the pandemic, this training program will most conduct online, virtually. But after the pandemic, we will continue the traditional practice. Invite them to our country office, give them the training, invite them to China, give them the opportunity to visit our lab and the office in China, in the Shenzhen headquarters, in China operation, and also give them the opportunity have the contact with the industry, the professionals in different countries, and also include the China markets. Help them understand the industry, help them to grow, to develop their industry, their interest in the ICT industry. And beyond that, we also have some other programs, such as the digital bus, such as the female students in the rural countries. So that's why actually we're also looking for more and more cooperation with the international organization like the ASEAN Foundation and like the UNESCO and the other organization. Then we can put our joint efforts to grow the ICT talent, the development ecosystem, and have the more organization join us together to provide wider and easy access to the training resources to give the more opportunity to the youth in our region. Thank you. That's what I would like to share with you.
Sure. Thanks a lot, Jay. That was a lot. I think that gave a pretty good overview of all of our programs. And I just want to mention that there's a lot of questions coming in about specifics of how these programs are launched in individual countries. And I think given the time frame, it's a bit challenging for us to go into each of those individually. However, you can definitely contact your local Huawei team and they can put together a bit more information on how we've engaged locally. But something that I definitely want to address is, we have someone here representing the Seeds of the Future program, and I'd like to get some thoughts from Yulim Hur, and maybe you can kind of explain a little bit about what did you get out of it, and how does it apply to your digital work?
Okay. So this is a good question. That means we did a lot in the past, but possible people still not get the full information sharing. I would like to mention that no matter the Huawei ASEAN academic or Seeds to Future, all this program is well organized in the last couple of years with our organization and partners. I think possible we can invite the media involved more, then you can have more information sharing. I can give you an example. Currently in the whole Asia Pacific region, this year, in the year 2000, for the year 2022, Seeds of the Future program is already started. Just yesterday, we had the opening ceremony for the Bangladesh, in Bangladesh. And even the education minister were in the opening ceremony in Bangladesh. So this program, all these programs are well organized. But if possible, we can invite the media involved more. Then you can share the more information. Also, I would like to share the information about the ASEAN academy, Huawei ASEAN academy. Only in this year, in Indonesia, under this program, we already finished 30,000 the training program covered 30,000 the people under this. So this is the program under implemented and well organized. As possible in the future, we can invite the media involved and share more information, such as when we organize the training program, when we have some function, we can invite you here information. Thank you.
Maybe if I may, I would like to add on a bit, Michael and Jay, on Jay's point.
Sure.
That's why there is the collaboration between Huawei and ASEAN Foundation is to reach the people in ASEAN. So the strategic partnerships is meant to expand the footprint of the training, which will benefit more community. So for one thing good about the program is the program not only teach you the skills, but also will give you the opportunity to use the skill. So the program also have provide participants with unique opportunity to apply and present their tech for good projects. So there will be a competition and pitchings, and winners will actually get another funds for them to activate their plan. So usually the plan will be based on the SDGs, Sustainable Development Goal programs, and also ASEAN's work plan programs. So it will synergize with all the needs of the community. So this program not only train the youth of the leaderships and the technical skills, but also let them have a platform to apply what they have learned. So of course, you will ask us whether there also will be an impact study measures before the course and after the programs. So we will know what is the gap, and we will know on the phase 2, perhaps later on the second year of programs, we can improve from there. So I do hope that all the audience here can also help us together join hand to spread this program to your networks. Because ASEAN Foundation, we do have our networks. We have our 10 ambassadors that represent each of the countries in our board. So they are also our link and network to all the countries in this region. Yeah, thank you. I'll pass it back to Michael.
Sure. Thank you. I think that's a really good point. It does extend beyond training into how to actually use those skills and share those. So, Ms. Soor, I'd really like to get your view on your personal journey and your experience with the program.
Okay. So I would like to share my own experience of joining this on-site Seed for the Future program from 2018. So mainly what I have received from this Seed for the Future program is the opportunity to receive this technology and the cultural training. Like back then, we spent 1 week in Beijing, not only to learn about the skill, but also the Chinese language, the calligraphy, to experience this cultural living, to explore the world heritage of the Great Wall of China. And also another week we spent of the digital life in, like, we got to experience the smart city in Shenzhen. Like we learned about the ICT knowledge, the skill, and like not only from class with the expert, but also to explore the exhibition hall, Huawei lab, and so on. And if you ask me like what I have learned from this, of course, it brought the knowledge of the technology and then how they have in this daily life. And then like mainly not like my ICT knowledge is not that broad if compared to the ICT background student. So like after joining the program, I come to realize how this technology can help and play role in all of the industry. And then since I'm in the PR department or the public affairs and communication department, what it can help to apply in my work, like for example, to increase more of the basic knowledge of the technology. And then like somehow like after this program, like we can spread out this image and to contribute more to our society by telling the Huawei good story. Not only like I believe that most of the people when they heard of Huawei, they might say Huawei is just a smartphone company. But as one of the PR, we can learn this ICT knowledge and technology, and we can pass out to the society and all the people that not really know clearly about Huawei. Uh, that that we not only have the smartphone, but also the the importance of the ICT technology, like the 5G, AI, cloud computing, and so on and so forth. And I think that is what I have learned from Seed for the Future, and it helped me to apply in my real work. Yes.
Thank you very much for that. I think that you made a really valuable point, and that is, you know, why is Huawei involved in this? I mean, clearly this talent issue extends beyond just one vendor, and I think that this is a very strong initiative that we're taking on, trying to find ecosystem partners, working with the right people like ASEAN Foundation. Of course, it's challenging. Every country has its own expectations and targets and digital roadmaps, and we're doing our best to create cohesiveness across this. I did see a question that came in that speaks specifically about how do we do this when every country has different expectations and everybody is trying to be the digital leader for ASEAN. But I do want to state that one of the reasons that Huawei is involved is because we do have such a broad range of technologies in our portfolio. If you've only been exposed to our consumer end with the smartphones, you might not be aware that we build 5G networks. We have a huge cloud ecosystem as well as our own cloud platforms. And so we're trying our best to relay our experiences to people that are looking forward to some sort of talent career based around technology in the future. With that in mind, I'll look for another question here. There's a lot coming in. And again, I know that a lot of these are very specific to each individual country, and I want to make sure you get the right information. Certainly, if Jay or Dr. Yang, if you want to jump in on specific country details, I certainly welcome it. But if it's something that's maybe a little bit too difficult to be succinct on, we can also defer that and reach out to them after the event.
Michael, maybe I add a few words because from ASEAN Foundation's experience, definitely each AMS have their own level and their own plan on their digital strategic plan for the future. But I think I always I'm very happy to see competition because this is a very healthy competition. It's nothing wrong with the competition. You know, I'm just worried when there is no competition. You know, means nobody is interested to do anything. So it means that everybody knows the value and everybody now put their engine on and want to do something. This is really good. So there is definitely gaps, That's why this program also target on bridging the gap. Try to minimize the gap, digital gap, infrastructure gap, and also gender gaps, rural, urban. There are many gaps. There's not only one gaps. So in our program, we definitely focus on gender gaps. That is one thing. And also rural area marginalized groups gaps. So in our program for this Future to the Seed, this program definitely have a quantum, 40% minimum must be women. So it has already been put into the plan. That means whatever we do, we are very transparent. We're just going to put it online in our advertisement when we want to call for applications. We will encourage more women to come forward and participate. So I hope that actually will help to bridge a little bit of the gaps. But I also hope that Jay maybe can add on some more from your experience, Jay. Yeah? Thank you.
Yeah. Madam Yang, thank you very much. And I think you give the very right clarification. I have nothing more to put. But from the chat, I found several questions, which is very meaningful. I would like to take a very short time to answer. The first question is from Sri Lanka. Regarding your question is about the infra. The challenge, and also you would like to invite Huawei visit the Sri Lanka University. My answer is under our the Seeds for Future version 2.0. That means the program. We do provide some facilitate and in the infra to help the youth, to help the training participants to access to the training resources. So we do, this program really cover the infra part. That means in some the university and some primary school, depends on the local situation. We do provide the financial support and the even directly the infra support to set up the access for the training participants. But all this program is implemented in the country level, So in the region level, we give the direction, we give the plan, we give the targets. The implementation is carried on in the country level. So if you I very appreciate your invitation and your expectation. If you really want, I think after this meeting, you can contact the PACD department in the Sri Lanka, or maybe you can contact the organizer today. We provide the contact for the Sri Lanka country level, the team. You can directly talk with them. I think possible they can give you a very detailed or solid answer regarding your question. I hope we can answer you the question, your expectation, and be of help. This is the first question regarding the Sri Lanka. The second question is from the India, Madam Linanjana. Regarding our Seeds for Future at what level? Actually, this, as I mentioned, the Seeds for Future in the past couple of years, we organized in the university level. Every year, if I'm not wrong, every year depends on the situation, around 20, 30 students from the India universities are recruited and screened with the local universities authority together to and select to participate our Seeds in Future the program. This program is continued. This year also will be conducted. Regarding the question about the diversity, I don't understand what's you specific refer to, but this program covered the ICT professional knowledge, covered the opportunity to exposure with the industry. So that's it. And also today we invite when the Seeds for Future participants in join us the press. So possible you can have a little more specific, then we can clarify with you. And another question is from the Bangladesh diaspora. Your question is asked, we cover the livestock and some other industry or not. Currently, Seeds for Future or the ICT Talent Boost Program most focus on the ICT industry. This is my answer. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Michael, I'm not sure if I have to answer. I think the time is quite running up because I saw a few questions now. Some of them
I'd prefer that we don't start self-moderating the questions because it becomes unfairly balanced. And there are some media outlets here that I think
from Vietnam media.
I see that, Jay. I understand. Yeah, I'm trying to get there. So I've seen the Vietnam media team has had their hand raised for a while, so I'd like to give the floor to them to ask a question.
Do you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, the question is currently the local operators in Vietnam are transforming themselves from telecom operators into ICT service providers, but they have an existing team of staffs. How can they transform and train and retrain their existing staffs from telecom staff in order for them to provide ICT services in the future? Thank you.
Did the panelists get that? Maybe Jay, maybe you can pick that one up.
I didn't get the question very clear. Can you repeat?
I would like to repeat my question.
A little broken.
Most of the telecom operators or the carriers in Vietnam are transforming themselves into IT service providers. So they have to train or retrain their existing telecom staffs for them to become IT staffs in order to provide IT services. So, any advice for the local telecom operator to transform their existing telecom staffs into IT staffs, please?
Yes, I try to answer your question as per my understanding. You know, this part is fall into the second type under our Huawei ASEAN academic program. It's more about the career, telecom, the professional technology, and the skill, the knowledge sharing. You know, during our day-and-day engagement with our career customer, because of the technology developed very fast in the ICT industry, actually day-and-day, the technical communication, technical training, technical solution, the clarification is going on. So actually, ASEAN academic is developed from this part initially. So this also is a very, very the one part we are very strong. We can take our global experience. And also we take the global best practice in the industry, our global experience, and combine with the local market understanding and local market specifics to explore together what's the best solution for our local operators. This is the first part. Second part, you know, with the new developments in the ICT industry, the traditional operator become more and more focused on the cloud, the operator. This is the future trends. This change is huge from traditional the telecom operator to the future cloud operator. especially on the dirt house management, dirt house operation. This change really become the challenge in terms of the talent requirements. In this part, we also can provide some assistance and help to the industry. So this is only the one example here. So we really can do something in this part for the traditional, the career, the professionals in the industry. Thank you. I hope I answered the question.
I don't see other hands raised. If anybody wants to submit a last-minute question, please do it now. I do see one here that's come up in maybe a couple of different iterations, and I think it's important. I think it's with regards to how do we measure our success. So it's great that we have these plans. We're putting a lot of money in place to establish these facilities for ICT talent. But how do we check back in 5 years? And aside from looking at graduate numbers, how do we actually see the impact in the digital economy? Like, what are the markers that we're looking for? Maybe Dr. Young, maybe you can comment a little bit about that first.
Yeah, thank you, Michael. This is a very good question and relevant, actually. But for this program, Future to the Seeds, actually, Seeds to the Future, actually, we do have impact studies, impact measures. That means before the training and after the training. So we wanted to know what is the level of improvement, because usually the best test case will be from implementation, applications of the knowledge. That's what we mentioned just now, we shared already. They will be given the chance to pitch and use the skills that they learn to come up with a project or programs. So this is the best testimonial, I think. Sometimes if we measure by technical skills measurement, like you go for tests, that is an old school, I think old school's way of measuring of impact is no longer valid right now. So there's a lot of tools that we can use now to create our own measurement level, because ASEAN Foundation do have our M&E. Each time we have measurements of our impact of our program. So we already have quite a vast experience in this. My team is already into this. It's nothing new for us. So usually after each programs, we will have a report to share with all the member states, and also whatever we are doing right now, we will report to the senior minister level. Because every year we have senior minister meetings, like SOMMET, and some senior minister meeting of youth and senior minister meeting of education, So all this impact, we always share with them. So all the member states are always keep in the loop. And we usually design our program based on our impact survey of our previous program. So that's why we design our program together with Huawei, custom needs for ASEAN region. Thank you. I'll pass it back to Michael.
Jay, did you want to say any closing words? I think we're kind of at the end of the session. Maybe you want to.
Yes. I also found the question from the Iran, Hossein. I think it's a little similar question. How you evaluate the success, right? How to evaluate what's the specific target for your program? I think this is a very good question. As the organization from the industry, or maybe the business, our partners in the industry, the first very simple and direct evaluation to the talent growth evaluation, I think, is very simple. In the industry, we have enough supply and qualified the talent for our requirements or not. This is very simple. If in 5 years or 10 years, the ICT industry in the Asia Pacific region, in every country, or maybe in some country, they feel we can find the supply, or maybe as per the consolidated support, currently almost 1/3 CEO who are interviewed mentioned we are short of the right qualified talents, ICT talents. Or maybe after 5 years or 10 years, most of them answer the interview is we can easily find the talents. I think this is the result. But this is the very, very overall, right? For the immediate, what we plan, what the target is how to help the youth easily access the training resources. And also to some extent, we can solve the talent, the requirement gap, the shortage gap. This is the target. This is the target. And at the same time, as I introduced, for the leadership, for the professional, also the vocational technical, we have the different the targets, such as also for the future. It's a different target. For the leadership management part, is more about the direction, strategy, the best practice, the policy part. If the countries in our region or in the industry, we can always have the right decision, have the right policy to benefit to the industry. I think if we can provide some help, some assistance from the Huawei, only one the player in the industry, in the ecosystem, we will feel very happy. And also, if we can help some the youth, which we have the direct engagement, we have the direct the contact, we can see they get the knowledge, they are equipped with the skill and can find the better employment opportunity. We feel we will be very happy. I also would like to give some the example. In many countries operation of the Huawei in the Asia Pacific region, we have this kind of the employee. At the very beginning, they receive they accept the opportunity to participate, seize the future, have some opportunity, grow their interest in the ICT. And then later, they join the training program in the ASEAN Academy to have some the vocational, the training opportunity. Then they get the certificates. After that, they also can get some employment opportunity in Huawei or in the industry, have the further the career development. So this is what we feel very happy. And only because of this practice in the region, in the industry, in the last couple of years, we designed our training program like what we shared today. So this is what I would share. Thank you.
May I add on to what Jay has mentioned? One good collaboration partnerships is one thing is we do have a Bridges to the Future with Google. It's a jobs placement, jobs seeking platform, jobs matching. So of course, whoever has been trained going through these programs with Huawei and ASEAN Foundation program can sign up for our jobs matching platform. So from there also we can see whether they are employable or not, the readiness for the market. So like what Jay has mentioned, as much as we are trying to do, of course we cannot do it alone. We hope that this initiative will drive more partnerships in the future because the more we create, churn out with the good talent, the better the industry. That means the shortage can be breached. So that's all. I pass it back to Michael. Thank you.
Okay, well, thank you very much. We're well beyond our time.
I also found one question. Yeah, Michael. Yeah, Michael.
Okay,
may I say something more? Yeah, I found one question from the Philippines. It's a question about the Huawei, the ICT, the training ambassador. So we don't have the ambassador yet. We don't mention this term. We don't have this the ambassador operation in the country level yet. But I think possible this is a very good, give me a very good thought. Possible we can do something better in this way. But today I found the situation. Possible more and more media friends want to have the more information sharing about this training program. I feel very happy. Actually, we are very open for that. And we encourage, and we also would like to have you to set up the contact with our country level operation, And as per our plan, in some big operation markets, we would like invite you, have the interview or have the discussion with our country head for a little more information sharing, if you like. So this is what we are thinking and planning. If you really are interested, we are very open, and we were very happy to organize, to be of help. Thank you.
Okay, so I think it's obvious our panelists are very enthusiastic, and I apologize that we can't go longer. I think maybe we could have easily filled 2 hours. I just want to quickly recap before I let everybody go. Essentially, building a talent ecosystem is more than just the digital knowledge and ICT domains. And I think we've touched on that. It's really about creating a digitally engaged economy. And that means inspiring people, not just training them with ICT skills, but also helping foster new ideas and getting people that are not on digital services onto digital services. So it's also about inspiring the next generation of people to use these services, not necessarily just create them. ASEAN Foundation and Huawei's dream extends beyond just the talent, as I mentioned, and it's really about digital DNA that will create an inclusive and productive digital future. So I want to thank Jay Chen, I want to thank Dr. Yang, and I want to thank Ms. Hoare. And again, if any particular person on the bridge today would like to reach out for more one-on-one engagements, certainly we encourage you to do so. And you've given me a lot of thought about maybe working with the team to create local engagement guides and fact books so that each individual country can have more specific information on what we're trying to do there or what we've already done there, including numbers on students and everything else. So with that in mind, I'd like to thank everybody for their time today, and certainly reach out to us in the future for more information, and we'll see you again at the next session. Take care.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you all the media. Thank you.
Take it easy.
Thank you, Mr. McDonald, for moderating the Media Roundtable segment. We have now reached the end of the Asia Pacific Innovation Day Digital Talent Summit 2021. We would like to convey our sincere appreciation to all speakers and participants for attending this online. We truly hope that the discussion have been meaningful and enriching for everyone. Please stay tuned for more information about ASEAN Seeds for the Future program on ASEAN Foundation and Huawei social media channels. I wish you all good afternoon. Stay safe and thank you.